Is that better? Did that make up for it? Your cats are freaking out? Oh, no. Here. I'll fix it.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Is that better? Did that make it better? Does that make it better? Look at this car. Huh? Oh. Yeah. That's pretty good. This is now my alarm, thanks? Sure. Alright. Please, I try better next time. Shame it'll be slow. I know. that better? Give me 1 second. All right, anyway. All right. We getting back into the swing of things? Something like that. Nice meme. All right, anyway, let's go. How's everybody doing today? Sorry for being a little late today. That's, Brimo and I wanted to go outside because it's actually, it's actually not cold for a change. So, yeah, we went outside and bought food. Max points on your astronomy test. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Nice, dude. Alright. I'm doing just fine. Let's see. Alright. We went outside. How brave. Alright. But I'm still kind of pissed I didn't ace it. Oh, that's not good. 75-mile-an-hour winds outside. Dude, it was really windy here last night. I was making food, and you could hear everything outside just... It sounded like, you know the wind sound effects in a movie that are like... It, yeah, sounded like that. What happened to Bicarus? I really kind of feel like playing KSP today, and I'm not gonna not do that. Two days of storms are here. When are going to be around 100 kilometers? Yikes. That's crazy. I'm experiencing that right now for 3 days straight. Crazy, dude. Today I learned there's a Ukrainian city called New York. Yep. Nice, Jax. There you go. New York in the Ukraine. All right, let's see. Oh, they renamed it. Interesting. On July 1st, 2021, Parliament officially renamed the town back to its original name, New York. What? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, alright. Well, let's go. Alright. So we were working on Mechazilla here. Let me get some music going here. Nice. Alright, let's go. The wind kept you up all night. It's windy where you are too, Roblox, huh? Dude, it's windy where I am. It's just freaking windy everywhere.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
1 second, dudes. Got a little bit of flaring on the green screen. Magellan, hello. How are you? Are you gonna try to integrate with the claw? With a claw? I mean, yes, but also no. Dude, I mean, for what this is not bad at all. Watch this. Like, I'm not upset about this. Watch this. Ready? That flex, though, it's cool. Alright, let's see what we got, guys. Let's see where we left off. That's pretty neat. Not bad, huh? Not bad, huh? Freaking Mechazilla, man. That's pretty good. Pretty neat. Looks like you need a counterweight on the heavy tower. Nope. Nope. If you make a counterweight on this thing, dude, it's not gonna work. So if I put a counterweight over here, what happens when I'm going to try and catch the booster? Then the arms are up in the air. You don't want that. No, you don't. You gotta find a way to do it without counterweights, man. Now find the mass limit for it? Find the mass limit for it. It's lifting 80 tons. What do you want? That's pretty damn good. Catch the booster. Get real. Okay, let me put it to you like this. SpaceX doesn't do that. SpaceX doesn't have a counterweight. So that means there's a way, there's a physics. There's a way in physics to get this to be done without any counterweight, and I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure that one out. 100 tons or fail? What do you mean 100 tons or fail? 200 tons? It popped out of the tracks. Dude, I precision engineered these bearings. Look at them. They're perfect. Oh! I'm gonna have to do it again because we need to do it in another craft file. I'm pretty proud of that. Any news on KSP 2? When there's news about KSP 2, I'll tell you. So what are you using this doohickey for? I have no purpose for this, Celis. I wanted to build one. See what would happen. Hi, Geeson. I can eliminate some bending out of this design. We might be able to. We might be able to get a better prototype. I'm thinking we'll get less deflection if we have more wheels. So if I have another set, you have another set of horizontals right there. We might be able to reduce it. You actually dumbstruck, Geek? Oh, thanks, man. Well, I'm glad you like it. It works. I can't believe it freaking works, dude. Like, pretty happy with that, man. Can you get reasonable science out of James Webb in KSP?
Go and throttle up.
What? I mean, yeah, I guess, Doom. Oh. Geek freaking with the sub, man. Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Thanks, man. Isn't there a constant science telescope part? There's the Sentinel Space Telescope, but that's for asteroid detection. Just got here. So, you could just say hi. As normal people greet other people by saying hi. You don't need to tell me you just got here. If you say hi, that's the best sentence is no sentence, man. Nazlik, how are you? Sup? What's up, guys? How are you? See? That's how normal people communicate. Q? I've also arrived from my slumber. So, we're getting some deflection with the bearings. There's definitely... See how those bearings aren't even touching right now? It's because these bearings are compressing down here. Yeah, that's not good.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
But, I mean, honestly, it's not all that much deflection for what it is. I mean, guys, we're lifting 80 tons, and lifting 80 tons is good, but you gotta understand that this has incredible moment.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
So what does that mean? Alright, well, I'm pulling from right here. I'm pulling from those hydraulics that are right there. So it's not just the fact that we can lift 80 tons. It's the fact that we can lift 80 tons offset from the pulling point. And the tracks over here, right, are... The tracks over here are what's holding that in position. But see, if this was closer, right? If this was closer, we would get less deflection, right? If the center of mass of this thing, if the center of mass of this whole assembly is closer to the point of manipulation, right? You're gonna have... Ow. That was my knee again. What's with my knee doing that today? Oh, my foot's asleep. My foot's asleep. My foot's asleep. Help. Help. My foot's asleep. Ciao, Lucino. Come stai? Ah! 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 Merci, Elhook. Dude, like my foot was on the pedals, right? And I went to move it off of the pedals and just, boom, right top of the knee, right into my desk. Here, we'll get some, here, we'll get some blood flowing back in there by doing this, right? I the sounds needed to be made, but the vroom vroom noises are worth it. Sorry. What? I'm sorry. I'm trying to get. You can't just hit the pedals and not make broom broom noises, okay? G29, Xanth. How you doing? I'm good, Jensen. Have you seen this? You would wreck a big truck trying to shift that? Yeah. If you heel toed a semi, yeah. I don't think that's good for it. I mean, I don't think it's good for a regular car, but yeah. So Space Force Season 2 dropped today. SpaceX gets mentioned a few times. They still make that show? Jensen, watch this. Anyway, what I was saying is that the fact that we're lifting 80 tons so far from the point of manipulation and getting this little deflection, it's like maybe 5 degrees, is pretty damn good, even for Kerbal parts. That's why I took my time. Guys, it took me like 4 hours to make one of these bearings the other day. And it takes like another hour to put this whole thing together. I have to make the bearings by hand. Because the struts, the key is running the struts between the parts, but I have to clip it in such a way so the struts don't foul on the rail system. Like, so I'm thinking maybe 3 horizontals would be good, and maybe if we tighten the tolerance, if we tighten up the tolerance in between here, we might be able to get it to have less deflection than that. I mean, we're definitely getting, it's not bad, man. It's not a lot of deflection. But then again, that part is locked, so it's resisting it. I'd say we're about 5 degrees out. 5, maybe 10 degrees. You know what? And we'll actually be able to test that. Hold on. I'm trying to do, you know the thing that people do when they're taking a test in school where their knees going, like, where they do the double bass, like, what is that, like restless leg or whatever? I'm trying to do that to get blood flowing back into my freaking legs. Dude, I'm telling you, I hit the funny bone dead center. I'm like, ugh, ow. Yeah, well, ADHD, you think so, Jupa? I don't know if restless leg syndrome is that, but yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. They got a word for everything now, dude. I'm trying to do that to get my, freaking dude, I need my desk. Like, I was moving my feet off of the pedals and I nailed the top of my knee. Like, not like this part, right? But this part right here, like right between your patella and your femur, like that part, the soft spot, that's the part that I hit, and like my whole foot was like, hey, I'm sleeping. Or am I? I'm like, yeah, okay. Nutella? No, this is the patella. That's what your kneecap is called. Jensen, tell these fools! You're a doctor. Deal with it. Yeah, melon farmer. Alright, I'm gonna put the docking port right there. And we'll be able to see our deflection. Nut. Alright. Switch the tunes. Oh god, don't. Like. No. Kneecaps are pretty cool. Gives more torque. Yeah. Alright. So, the reason why I put a docking port in there is because. Here. No, it hasn't been like this for a long time. I just made this thing. Jeez. Alright. So, we can check our deflection here. I know when this thing is like this, there's no deflection. It's perfectly straight because the thing's resting on the pad. So we're at 89.7. That's kind of more or less the default. Right? Watch this. Really, really not bad. Oh my goodness, 88.2. That's 1.5 degrees of deflection. That's nothing. That's nothing. That's really not bad. Wow. Wow, I thought it was like 5 degrees. No, it's about 1.5. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Buildings in not New England, New York's way more than that. Nice. But I did notice something, guys. Take a look. Look over here. Down here, bearings pop out. See, that's not good. But then again, there might not be anything that we can do about that. Imagine the real one has more deflection. Well, here, I'll show you what this thing is supposed to be, okay? I mean, I don't know, man. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that people probably can... I'm gonna guess that you can guess that you know what this is. Let's go over here. See the track mechanism right there? That thing, the carriage. Add more bearings? I'm thinking that, John. Yeah, that's probably right. I want to be able to do this. I can't tell if that's the camera angle, Da Vinci. You tell me, dude. Is that just the camera angle, or is that thing deflecting a little bit? Because if you look at it like this, that looks like it's bending. But if you look at it from over here, that ain't bending. It's just turning. I mean, yeah, there's got to be some bend in it somewhere, Thomas, yeah. It already happened, Adventure. Yeah. They had Starship stacked for the presentation. It's the angle mostly. I'm gonna say yeah, boss. Yeah, I agree with you. It's probably a combination of both. I would say more the angle, right? I think. I mean, dude, there's no way that this thing is gonna not. There's no way that this thing is not gonna be susceptible to dynamics, right? Obviously, you're adding 120 tons of Starship to one side of this, so that's going to have a lot of moment. It's going to bend a little bit. All right? We know it's going to bend a little bit. You want to see bending? Check out this 154 type stuff from today. Is this the go on then? Tell me it's the go on then. Go on then. Go on, my son. Here we go. Go on, then.
Those wings flexing, man.
Hell yeah. You got this. You got this. Oh! Oh! I freaking love it, Tessa. I'd love to be right there with this guy.
Nicely executed.
Well done, my son.
Piece of cake he's gone. Piece of cake.
Right. Look at these. These planes are flying sideways. He's flying sideways. This is great. I love that this guy's into it, dude, because that's what I'd be doing. I'd be like, this is dope! Yeah, baby, look at that. He's flying sideways. Oh, that's awesome! Yes, I love it!
Here we go. Look at those wings flexing, man.
Dude, oh, that's amazing. Like, come on, you got this. You got this. Watch the wings come down. The wings will do this when he slows down. See?
Nice.
See him? Oh, that's so cool. Freaking 787. What a masterpiece. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Oh, Tessa, you see what's coming next? Yeah.
Okay, this is...
Oh. Oh, all right. Hold off for a second. I gotta see this. Come on. Come on. She's a biggin.
This is Emirates. This is Emirates. Okay.
Oh, that's money, dude. Look at that thing.
Okay.
That's magnificent. The big one.
Emirates A380. Let's see.
Dude, look at how big the
let's
rudder
just
is
see
on that plane.
How these guys do compared to Qatar. Again, very strict procedures with Emirates.
Yeah.
If you bring the gear down too early or too late, you end up in the governor's office when you get back to base.
And that's how it should be.
Something vectoring in behind him.
Guys, I want to point out, the glide slope's this way. It looks like the plane's doing this, right? That plane is flying at you right now. And, yep, somebody's landing on the parallel over there.
Yeah, this is Emirates, yeah. The Qatar just went out.
These planes are going like this, full rudder left, because they're countering the crosswind. Because it's really windy in Europe today. They're flying sideways, dude.
Obviously, all these parameters.
Look at this.
Information is being.
This is great.
Constantly.
Not the parallel. It's the same runway. You think so, Denver? Dude, I don't know, man. Birds.
Wow.
Birds.
This is a big bird, man.
It's the next in queue. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I suppose you're right, because they are flying. Yeah. That's nuts, dude. That's really close.
Let's see how much.
Yeah, I guess you're right, because I was just saying they're flying this way. So yeah, that, dude,
Yeah,
the perspective is screwing with me, and I know what they're doing.
Well, folks, you've got to remember all the crews who've got to unload these aircraft as well.
Yo, oh my goodness.
Around the aprons in treacherous conditions. Got to give them a big
Rudder is not deflected. You align the plane. You align the plane with the wigs. You use the rudder at the very end to align the plane. You just fly offset. What's flying offset? What does that mean? How do you not do this without rudder, Natch? You actually confused me. How do you do that? I mean, I can see the rudder moving. He's full rudder, not full rudder left. That guy's rudder left. How are you flying sideways like this?
Okay, yeah, we just got an A380. Can you stand by, or do you want to? Because I'm holding the phone up to me head. Can you hold on a second? Stand by, stand by.
Oh boy. He's using it there? Holy crap. Pete, you seeing this? Oh my goodness.
Okay, you see these big plumes.
Oh my goodness.
Coming out the back of the engines here, folks.
That thing is huge.
That's the pilot manipulating the throttles, keeping the speed up.
Straight out of cities. It is, isn't it? Oh! This is awesome. I can watch this all day.
The phone's just gone down.
That's awesome. Yeah! Yeah! So freaking cool. Dude, look at the rudder. Oh my goodness. You got this. You got this. Oh.
Oh, yeah. Nicely done. Nicely done.
Mint.
Okay, stand by, GP.
That was sick. What's the time code for this? 3:16. Yeah, so that's a little bit from Big Jet TV. That's amazing, dude. That's so cool. Nice job, my son. That's freaking awesome. I wouldn't want to be on a Ryanair right now. The Ryanair will just miss the runway. See last? 777X demo in Singapore. Oh. I mean, if we're on the subject, welcome to Wings Friday. Yes, I am liking this, and this is very nice. Oh, can't do the music. Unless this is from Boeing proper. Yeah, okay. I mean, Dish, I know that the plane doesn't have any cargo on it, and that's why it's so damn maneuverable, but it's still impressive. I mean, we're talking about deflection. You know, when something flies through the air like that, your wings are deflecting, your wings are doing this. That's what the 154 test is all about. Look at the bank angle. Frick you, the bank angle. Are you kidding me? All right. Dude, if you... You know what I was about to say? I was about to say if you tried to do that with a 707, it would have broken, but that's not necessarily the case because somebody did do that with a 707. There are different ways to do this. With the rudder or just with the wings. I prefer using the wings and flying it not aligned because the rudder produces an effect in momentum that makes you turn the other way when you're not careful. Using the wings uses more changes, but since the change in momentum is not in the side... Oh, so you're using the ailerons to do it. So you're flying... It's not so much yaw. You could do it with yaw, but you could also do it with ailerons. That's cool, man. The 707 hand, yeah. Tex Johnson, he did an aileron roll with. Well, actually, it wasn't an aileron roll. It was a barrel roll, rudder and full rudder and aileron. So the plane did a corkscrew. When a plane does a corkscrew like that, that's a barrel roll. If you just induce roll like that and not roll and yaw, then it's. Roll and yaw is a barrel roll. Just roll is an aileron roll. I just want to point out that plane is like at a 70-degree bank angle right there. Yeah. Wallops is live. I got it. Cool. How many sensors do you think are going off inside of the cockpit going, rat, rat, bank angle, rat, rat, bank angle, stall, stall. Oh, the other thing, guys, I don't mean to keep pausing it. You see the cowl intake right there? 737 fuselage. Or, to bring it back to space, that's about the diameter of a Falcon 9. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I know. This is a streaming platform. Is it giving you any ideas? Actually, that's pretty cool. Yeah, should do that with the truck. Pickup truck's perfect for that, Tessa, huh?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Gonna bring it into land? No. Can I just see the takeoff one more time here? Alright. So, the cool thing about the 777X, right? See the wings? Those wings look real sleek, right? Those wings are made very similar to how fairings are made on rockets. They are super freaking light. It's not total carbon composite. It's aluminum. It's aluminum, excuse me. And carbon composite. This thing, that's cool, man. I'm good, Bio. How much do you pull up? Yes. Now, actually, you want to see another thing, dude? Check this out. This does have a... I think there's a tail skid on it, right? Yeah, see the tail skid right there? There's a tail skid, but the plane, when you get to a certain angle of attack up, it's just going to lift you no matter what. I mean, once again, this 777 is flying around with no load. There's nothing on board. There's just the pilots and some fuel. They're mostly carbon, basically just the 787 and bigger. But it's yeah, Dish, but there's some, it's not all. It's not all. Like, I'm pretty sure you're the one that told me that there was metal in there. Because I said they were all carbon, and you said, no, there's some metal in there. Freaking fairing. They're fairing wings. That's basically what they are. I mean, yes. Yes, it is. Saw a video of someone doing that with a B-52. It didn't end well. Yeah, Josh. Yeah, that's not the... Yeah. If you tried to do this with a B-52... Yeah, that's not going to end well. Yeah. That's the 747-8. So this is just all carbon composite wing? All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm not mad. There's metal and stress points where the nacelles hang and the wing... Okay. Yeah. So it's very application driven. So spots where you need stuff to be stronger, you put metal. But most of the wing is the lifting surface is carbon fiber. It's not carbon fiber. It's composite, isn't it? Oh, what a beautiful plane. I mean, look, I love it. It's no trip. I mean, 777's awesome. It's a really cool plane, and that 777X is beautiful. It's no 747. I mean, it is, but it also isn't. But it is. But I still like the 747 more. Structurally, those are CRB. That's cool, man. What a piece of kit that is, huh? Speaking of composites, thoughts on the new Rocket Lab logo? It's all right. Yeah, it's okay. And the wing, yeah, Natch, yeah, the wingtips go. It's cool. We watched the first test flight of that thing, dudes. Yeah. We watched the first test flight. The freaking launch got scrubbed. The first test flight got scrubbed. The weather wasn't good. Yeah, Sims. I mean,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
The 777X shows that Boeing still got it. You know what I mean? They still got it. That plane is beautiful. It's a hell of a piece of equipment, man. It's a 747, but with 2 engines. Pretty much M&M, but it doesn't have the... It's just... I love it. It's awesome. But it's not that. It's not that, okay? That. It's not that, okay? That is, yeah, that's Genesis, man. I love that plane. I love 747s so much, dude. I've loved them since I was smart enough to figure out that there was a double-decker airplane. Because when I was younger, right, I used to like double-decker trains. I mean, I still do, but I also used to. Thank you, Mitch. And then when my 5-year-old brain put together that there's a double-decker airplane, I'm like, that's my favorite plane. Ever flown on one? Nope, never. Cosmic Girl is cooler? I agree, Josh. She's a beaut. Joe Sutter's a freaking genius. I heard about this, Tessa, yeah. Stupid rocket needs help flying. Oh, my God. I'll take the private 747 owned by the Cutter Royal family. Oh, my God. It's so pretty. Oh, my gosh. Okay. I think the last 747 I flew on was Pan Am. Pan Am needs to come back. Pan Am needs to come back. Pan Am needs to come back. Yeah. I'll take that or Cosmic Girl. All right, that's fair. Yeah. I like Cosmic Girl. Don't get me wrong. But also, okay. This is what the kids like. Okay, hear me out. Cosmic Girl, but bring back the Clipper. Yeah. We need Pan Am back. We need Pan Am. We need Pan back. We need. Where's Juan Tripp? We need Juan Tripp back. There's also other 747s. There's the 747 Dreamlifter. I mean, people hate this plane for whatever reason. I personally think that's hilarious that you can do that to a 747 and it's totally fine. It's like, yeah, all right. We put a shuttle on one. What makes you think that just doing that is gonna be a... Yeah, no, it's fine. I like that. I like that. Let's not talk about the SP? What are you talking about, man? No. Sophia's amazing. No. 747 SPs are dope. Look at it. It's a little stubby. It's a stubby 747. Look at it. It's stubby. It's stubby. Look, it's a little stubby plane. I love these things. These things are awesome. NASA shoehorned a telescope into the back of one. That thing is so cool. Come on. NASA und the Germans. The Germans did it, yeah. It's a little babby. It's a little babby 747. I still like... Here. This picture is not photoshopped. Can we just make a 747 that just has 4 of those? Does the SP have an extra pylon? Yeah, T-Man. They all do. Every 747. Yep. 747 400D. What's that one? W? I'm not familiar with the 400D. Can we just do that? I mean... Dish, do you think that 4G, do you think the wings could take 4G90s or G9Xs? I don't think that now that I'm thinking about it, that might be too much. Yeah, Nicholas, this is the propulsion testing platform. That's a 777 motor on a 747. Yeah, 777 engine. G9X. That's the 777X engine. That's the airliner we just saw flying around. That's its engine. The moment of rotation on all 4 on that thing would be ridiculous. That's what I'm thinking. Like, look, you could tell how much heavier this engine is. Look, the right gear. This is right before positive rate. Like, look, the right gear is off the ground. That's how much heavier that freaking wing is. Look at... Dude, look at how heavy that plane is. That's your favorite? Bandit, you know that every 747 can do this. Dude, every 747 ever has that, can do that. You can deadhead an engine. They introduced that on purpose. So put one on the right wing to balance it, obviously. This is a 400D. Let me see. Oh my God, kill it, please, no. Yep. Yeah, 747s can carry 5 engines. That's how Virgin Orbit mounted a rocket underneath the wing. And then there's the other test article. This is the redheaded stepchild. Where is it? Then there's this plane. Yes, this plane exists. What are you doing in Kerbal? I'm working on Mechazilla. Yeah. Yeah, they did that. Yeah. It's a test bed. So it's got a test stand on the 747 for testing engines. The reason why it's here is so they can see it, so they can look at it. Yeah, they mounted, there's a 747, a G747, or no, this is a Rolls-Royce test article. Yeah, they just put smaller planes' engines on the side of this thing, take it up to altitude, and turn it on, and test it up there. Yeah, that's the stepchild 747. But, once again, it's a testament to Joe Sutter's design. Joe Sutter was the chief designer on the 747 in the 60s. Do you see how many things that plane can do? It can carry space shuttles, it can carry other planes. They can extend the fuselage or shorten it. I mean, seriously, that's why I like the 747. You can literally do anything with it. You could do anything with it. It's ridiculous. It's a freaking pickup truck in plane form. Well, that's more of a C5, but you get the idea. You get the idea. May I ask why you decided it to cover the Wallops teleconference? May I ask why you decided it to cover the Wallops test conference? Why I decided not to? I was looking at planes, man. I just landed on Minmus for the first time ever. Nice, ass. There you go. Bloody autocorrect, mate. Alright. 1-3 decks on the 747. Yeah. Alright, so. Think we should go with the 3-bearing design? Look at that. We're getting less than less than 2 degrees of deflection here. It's not bad. Now it's time to science the snot out of this tiny planetoid. Good man. I saw SpaceX started hiring Starship technicians in Florida. Oh yeah. Are those just struts holding the tank? Well, sure, it's attached to the SRB, and then the struts are holding it in position. But yeah. So when we're in the resting position, the pitch on this is it's coming. Chimp, did you see my Space News article from yesterday, dude? Did you see the Space News yesterday? I didn't write an article. But NASA Spaceflight basically had pictures of Roberts Road. Dude, the factory is going to be there pretty much by the summer. Judging by the rate of iteration that we're looking at, they've already dug the retention ponds. And they've already started grading for the factory. The factory is going to be finished by the summer. Easy. Not easy. Now, in terms of when a Starship's going to get made, I have no idea. Setting the world's largest rocket entirely on one small docking port seems extreme. What are you talking about, Blackbird? Oh, that's not doing anything. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, Thomas, we watched the Cape flyover vid yesterday, dude. I picked it apart on Space News. Man, they're making progress on that factory. My question is, what's the Falcon 9, what's the Hangar X extension? Ian and I couldn't figure it out. If you wanted my honest idea, I think it's payloads. I think it's a payload changeout room. Yeah, payload changeout room for 39. So are they moving Starship Ops to the Cape to appease the FAA, or is it still going to operate at Boca? Sims, that's actually a good question. And hear me out. That's a question that was asked at the presentation last week. So, yeah, that's something the press asked Elon at the presentation. I know because of what you said before, you didn't watch it. So here, let me kind of sum it up. So, think of it like this. When the space shuttle was made, right? The space shuttles were made in California, right? They were made at Palmdale. Lockheed, basically, it's not Lockheed. It's across the street from the Skunk Works, right? And then they were tested at Edwards Air Force Base, which is down the street. And then they were launched in Florida, and they plan to be launched in Vandenberg, right? But any R&D work that was done on the shuttle was done at Dryden, Armstrong. So where they did the approach and landing tests and everything. In this analogy, now don't get me wrong, the shuttle never launched from Edwards Air Force Base into space. They just did approach and landing tests there. And then they landed the first test shuttles out at Dryden because, well, it's dry. Better for the shuttle tiles. Yeah, true story. Every time the shuttle landed in Florida, they had a problem with the tiles because the humidity in the atmosphere, water's a solvent for the adhesive that they use to glue the tiles together. Yeah. A little bit of an oversight there, but hey, whatever. So, in this analogy, how it pertains to Starship's going to be manufactured at Boca Chica And then it's going to be tested down the street at the launch site where this thing is. And then missions are going to be done from the Cape. Boca Chica is SpaceX's R&D lab. Yeah, just like Edwards was the shuttle's R&D lab. Same thing. But Starship can launch into space. You know? So their R&D lab can do orbital launches if they need to. Dude, I'm telling you, it's parallel. Boca Chica is going to be used for testing. That's going to be their R&D lab for newer starships. Just like how Boeing Field is, or no, not Boeing, Everett. Everett in Seattle, just north of Seattle, is where they did all the R&D for the 747. And there's a whole airport there that they use for, like, just, Boeing built like a whole airport up there just for testing the 747 up in Everett, right? Boca Chica is Starship's R&D facility. The Cape is where the missions are going to happen. It's pretty nuts, dude. It's pretty nuts. You could swap this tank with your already made Starship, you know, for science. How much mass is that Starship? Hold on. Edmana, 76 months, in honor of the W-76 warhead used on the Trident II missile. I see you're a fan of canned heat. Nice. 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 Alright. Let's try SN10 2020. Was ist? Huh. 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 What's up, Just Space? Hasn't Elon said that he wants to turn Boca into a spaceport? To me, that sounds like he plans on launching out of Boca more than the Cape. Yeah, Aries, you'd think that, and he does, absolutely. But also, the FAA basically limits the number of launches. 10 launches a year out of Boca Chica. Yeah, the Cape, however, is pretty much unrestricted. Yeah, the programmatic environmental assessment limits them to doing about 20 tests a year total, 10 of those being orbital launches. So, he can make it a spaceport, but they can only launch like every month, couple of months, something like that. That's fine for R&D. The Cape, however, is unrestricted because it's out in the middle of nowhere. Well, I mean, yeah, if you go read the PEA limits the amount of launches. You ever get Starship working or landing? Why even have limits? Because it could screw up the environment? I hope that they deliver the Starships via suborbital hop. Maybe someday, B-Soul, yeah. They can do more suborbital testing than they can orbital testing. Yeah, so I mean, it's 20 test hops, but those test hops don't say that they have to land in Boca Chica. They're also limited by a certain amount of landings. So it's almost like they left in like nomenclature to do suborbital hops, but I don't know for sure. Will the launches on the oil rigs be unlimited too? I don't see why not. 20 suborbital launches, 3 super heavy launches, 23 Starship land landings, and yeah, see, yeah, it's not much, dude. So, I mean, that's still a lot of launches per year, but yeah, Thomas, it's still kind of... Would there even be restrictions in international waters? I think it's country of origin, Lamar. I think. Just like a ship that has an American flag on the side would be susceptible to... Like, you're susceptible to the laws of that country if you're in international waters. I think the same would apply here, but I'm not 100% sure. Hang on 1 second, boys. Probably not what Elon intended. Ah, frick. It's gonna blow up. It'll go right to your thighs, and then you'll blow up. Not bad, considering I haven't done that in a little while. Oh, really? Thanks, KSP. Jeez. My control systems for this thing. We never fleshed out the control systems. It's hard to fly. But then again, I'm pretty dang sure that SpaceX never intended somebody to be manually landing one of these things. I mean, yeah, you'd have to have like titanium nuts to freaking try and want to land one of these things. It's hard, man. That's really difficult. Do you have the precision down yet? See, Drummer, the problem, the reason why I said S is because of the stability assist, SAS. The problem here is that the SAS is not a viable control system. Long story short, the developers of Kerbal never intended the SAS to work like this. The SAS is designed for keeping something stable when it's going this way, not this way. So either A, I have to adjust the control point for control point up. So I have to control the thing basically like from here, 90 degrees offset. So it's like the same exact problem that you have with a helicopter. Same thing. Your control mechanism is 90 degrees offset. So anybody that knows anything about helicopters, right, knows that all the helicopter controls are 90 degrees offset. You know, because how can you control a blade that's directly above you when you're facing forward? The blade's facing that way. So that makes it so I basically have to manually control this. I have to manually control the wings and stuff because we tried it with the SAS. The SAS does not like it. It really doesn't like it at all. Remotely or being inside. Like inside Supercraft. Can you imagine if there was like a flight deck at the front? That would be insane. This thing is hard to keep. It's very difficult to keep on an even keel. That's very tough. And like the thing is that here, look. The thing is that when you're coming down, it's really difficult. Chroma can. It's very difficult to keep this thing like this and not have it fly. Like it's really difficult to not have it space shuttle. Like, you have to basically... Starship has to constantly be stalling. Does that make sense? It has to constantly stall. Like, if you're not stalling and you start generating too much lift, the thing's gonna fly like an airplane. It has to constantly be stalling. That's the right way to say that. Like a skydiver, right? Like, that's the analogy that SpaceX uses. Skydivers don't fly unless you have the squirrel suit, which that's kind of cool, but... No, Entropy, it doesn't have that much cross range, yeah. My brain hurts. Yeah, Natch, Natch, you know, like when you're in an induced stall, like when you're flight training, right? They make you stall the thing, right? And then they make you go full rudder right, and then you point the nose at the ground. Yeah, so think about this like this. You want to stall the plane, but you want to get the plane to stay 0 degrees angle of attack relative to the ground and stay like that all the way to the ground. It's a little bit of a mind frick, dude. Like it's very counterintuitive. It's not very intuitive to like somebody that, you know, like I don't fly planes in real life, but I know a good deal about them, right? Even during re-entry. Yep. Starship's not gonna fly hang on a minute. Starship's not going to fly like this during re-entry. No. Starship's going to hit the atmosphere like this. It might at like the early phases of re-entry be like this, right? But the majority of the re-entry is going to be up here, like that. How do they not prevent flat spins with no tailplane? That's a good question, Devils. That's a really good question. Long story short, heavy. They use the momentum of the Starship to keep it stable. Think of a pendulum swinging back and forth, like a big pendulum. Like, think if you had like a Mack truck going back and forth, and you tried to stop that thing when it's coming at you, right? The truck would just hit you, and you'd be dead, right? I'll be careful. You'll be dead. Starship uses its momentum for stability. Basically, you have to keep that induced stall or it'll flip out of control. I'm telling you that. I'll tell you that right now. It doesn't tailspin because it's belly flopping. It relies on how heavy it is to fly straight. Yeah, it has a lot of momentum because it's big. I'm pretty sure that that's what Elon means when he talks about scaling. Like, you can make it bigger and you can use that to your advantage because the avionics don't scale. The avionics stay the same. So, you have a bigger ship, you can rely on, and he talks about that with like scalability, but that doesn't necessarily apply to Starship, but that's part of the reason why Starship is so big. This thing wouldn't freaking work at a smaller scale. It would not fly correctly. It would be super susceptible to side slip because it's so light. It would be super susceptible to it. I wear a squirrel suit around the house. Why? Yeah, that in here. Devils, I'll show you this. Check this out. I tried to implement this with the SAS, and it kind of works, but it kind of doesn't. Ready? See what I'm doing? Watch the wings. That's how Starship yaws. It can correct it, but it relies mostly on its momentum. But see that? Happy dance. It's the hamster dance, but with starships. That's how it does yaw. Hey, App State 300. Thank you. Because he's very squirrely? Alright, that makes sense. Pretty much, Jay. Yep. Why didn't you use structural panels instead? Because this was the first time I made it. Haven't heard hamster dance? What, this one? It's old school, man. That's old internet. Better times, indeed. Yeah, man. It's really kind of a radical way of thinking about this. That's... Dude, I said when they first proposed Starship, I'm like, you need a tail. There's no way that thing's landing without a tail. Okay, now Charlie the Unicorn. Anyway. Back to this thing. Salad fingers, oh my goodness. Oh, they took my friggin' kidney. So we could go with a 3-bearing design, guys, but yeah, I don't know. The thing likes to pop out. The bearings like to pop out, which is interesting, but what about Numa Numa, guys? Baila, baila. Right? I'm so glad you're doing this in engineering mode. It just allows for much flexibility. Yeah, you can rapid prototype in this and just have some fun, King. That's... Engineering mode was the thing I had the most fun with in Kerbal. I think that mission mode produces better content, to be honest with you. But, you know, this is still pretty good, and we can have some fun, you know? Mysterious tickling. Oh, stop. I don't need to be reminded that I'm old. Look at me. DQW4. Nice Rickroll. Mm-hmm. They're strong bad emails. Alright, that's enough. Stop it. I've been so busy with Rule 8 stuff up in Canada recently, I haven't been around as much. If that's how you choose to use your time, man. Sweet. You're in Ottawa? Oh. Gone deaf yet? I don't want to talk about it, King. It was a joke, but yeah. No, I don't want to talk about it, homie. Neither do I. Hey, I don't know, dude. Yeah, it's... King, Dude, I hit my threshold, man. I can't... Dude, I have too much of my own stuff to deal with, dude. I gotta worry about myself, and I gotta fix things. I gotta fix myself first before I can go, like, give time to stuff like that, dude. You know, like, I need to buy a house. I need a mortgage. I want to have a family with Brimo. That's priorities, my dude. You know, I've been trying to just not be part of that at all. Anything, dude. I can't do it, man. It's too stressful. Rule 8 stuff, my career path. Pop? Just curious, because of what your interests are you using Rocket Mortgage? No. Family. Have you seen the plans from Blue for their South Campus expansion? Lots of new stuff being built there. Thomas, we looked at this from NSF's footage yesterday. I noticed something, dude. So, I was teaching chat about retention ponds. We're looking at the retention ponds, and this has got a big retention pond. It's almost as big as those, right? So you know something big is going down here. But Thomas, I noticed something particular about this. Okay, look. And Thomas, you know what I do. You always look for weird roads. Look for weird freaking roads, right? What do I mean by looking for weird roads? What does that mean? Well, okay, we know this road. See, that's a weird road. That doesn't look like this road. Why does it have medians on the sides, right? It's not for a bike lane, dude. Let me put it to you like that. We know that that's where they're going to roll out New Glen. New Glen's going to come out of the factory this way and onto the road so they can bring it out to Slick 36, right? So, and see how this road kind of crosses the double boulevard right there? Florida has thousands of these roads, by the way. They like 2-lane boulevards up there, or down there. But see how it crosses? It looks like a switch track. You know that that's for New Glen stages. You see that road, how it has the medians on the side? Now, compare that to this road over here, which is just a pretty regular looking road. Now, it is interesting to note that this road is also radiused as well. See that? It's radius, just like that road. So there might be second stages coming out of here because the radius on that road is not the same radius as that road. But you're still moving something big. So see the radius right there? Dead giveaway. That's not normal. Roads don't have that in the States, especially in Florida. They look like this. See the difference there? Now, Thomas, I know you know this. I'm saying this more for chat. Here's the thing that I noticed about the expansion. There's another one of those heavy roads right there with the wide medians right here. And that, look, wide radius, wide medians, and then concrete into a huge garage door. There's a huge door, 2 of them, right there and right there. So that tells me that something in this factory is going to be moved down here, or something in this factory is going to be moved up here. Something that's very heavy. Very heavy, because you need this big graded road right there. My last is the newer proposal. Well, it doesn't really matter. I mean... Oh, nice, Hellfish. It doesn't really matter your proposal. That road is made. We saw it. We saw it made yesterday. Point is that this Blue Origin South Campus has a heavy lift road. Right here. See that? See the wide medians? Something big is going to be moving up that road. And then you have the wide radius again with the with concrete. See the dark, the pepper kind of color, what, you know, with the squares? That's concrete. That's concrete, boy. So they're going to be moving something big out of here, and they're going to be moving that up to the pre-existing factory. These are the heavy grade roads that I was expecting to see coming out of Starship, the Starship facility at Roberts Road, but it doesn't have those, which is weird. What is the gator capacity of Pond D? About 350. I mean, Jim, that's a big pond, dude. Freaking big pond. But yeah, you see how big the retention ponds are? So that means these buildings, whatever they are going to be big. They're going to be big. And so a big sub-assembly is going to be coming out of this campus here. Out of this building. Out of warehouse, whatever that warehouse is. Because it has gigantic freaking garage doors. I mean, look at the landings. So what's the landing? The width. Those garage doors are 4 lanes wide. That's a 4-lane boulevard. That's as wide as two lanes right there. Obviously, 2 plus 2 equals 4. So how wide is that? How wide is that across? 48 feet? That's a 50-foot wide garage door. And it's a rectangle, so 50 is the width, not the height. So something big is going to come out of there. Here, let me just do some math real quick. Quackulator. 50 divided by 2.2. 22 meter wide door. Oh wait, no, I did the wrong conversion. Excuse me. So divided by 3.3 is what we want, because that's meters. 15 meters. Sorry. 15. Okay, I mean, oh, it's only 15 meters. 15 meters. New Glen's only supposed to be 7 meters. First stage and second stage. And yet you have a 15 meter wide door. You have 2 of them right there. Oh yeah, we have the convert bot. That's right. 2.2 is kilograms to pounds. Yeah, thanks, Canadian. Sorry. Interesting. Interesting. So something heavy is coming out of this with a 15 meter wide door. And it's going up there to the factory, to the back entrance of the New Glen factory. Curious. Also, don't forget that it needs the fins to get out of there. 7 meters is the core. Curious. Yes, provocative. Chemical processing facility. Interesting. What else do we got? These things have any other names? Support space, MUFAC. Bonana. Oh yes, buildings. I don't know what that means, Da Vinci. I don't know what FFE means. And somebody asked about HPG. I don't know what HPG means either. Maybe there's a key over here. They usually label it. Nope. High pressure gas, maybe. Hydrogen propellant? I wouldn't put hydrogen in the ground, Hellfish. This is definitely an underground pipe, whatever it is. Interesting. Yeah, we'll look over these plans more during space news. Why not on the ground? Natch, personally, I wouldn't... This is a guess. I wouldn't be moving hydrogen gas around anything that's, I wouldn't be moving hydrogen gas around anything that like anywhere near people, to be honest with you. But I don't know. Chemical processing facility sounds like a place to fill payloads with hypergulls. Yeah, possibly, yeah. Furniture, fixtures, and equipment. Interesting. But I don't know, dudes. I don't know. I know about the roads and the subgrades and stuff, dude. Not much else. I gotta be over there for KSP. Alright. Okay. Does that snap do more than just teleport you? What are you talking about? No. I don't know what you mean. What's the intended size lift weight of this structure? I'm not sure about lifting weight, but we did get it to lift 80 tons with little deflection shrub. What's that, Da Vinci? Hybrid power generator. Interesting. No, no, no. Hey, come back. There we go. Wouldn't robotic drift kill this for practical use in a save? Over time, RJ, yeah, but RJ, I'm actually honing in on something, dude, and it was something I was talking about this the other day when I played Kerbal. Drift does not happen for no reason. Okay? So what do I mean? Drift happens. Hydraulics drift when they're binding up. So if you leave the physics scenes, right? Okay, so think about it like this. Think about it like this. You have I'll use my soda can again, right? You have your soda can, right? And you step on the thing, right? And it's under load. It's gonna bend a little bit before it crumples, right? And then if you let go, you leave the scene, it'll stay in that crumpled position. And then when you reload the scene, it'll reload it in this crumpled position. And that's your drift, right? So it's similar to metal fatigue. It's the same kind of phenomenon that happens when you pull the tab a bunch of times on this thing and you fatigue the aluminum right there and it'll pop off, right? Same exact thing. That's how I think about it, at least. It's the same phenomenon. Basically, parts wear out in KSP, which is true to real life. That's how real life works, man. So, KSP is unintentionally mimicking part fatigue. And the more you put these through load cycles, the more they fatigue out. That's what drift, that's how, dude, that happens in real life. Parts wear out over time. Now, I will say that the wear is a little bit exaggerated, right? Yeah, of course they did. You know, whine your way to victory, Hellfish, right? So just like hydraulics in real life, you need to unload them before you leave the scene. Pretty much, Synerd. The gantry crane that we made always ended up drifting over time. It always ended up drifting over time. Well, why? Because we left the scene when the hydraulics were hanging. The hydraulics were hanging a little bit, right? They were hanging because they weren't touching anything. If I put a cover or like an air brake, right, on the hydraulics, and I pushed all the hydraulics back to their default positions and then left the scene, basically taking the load off of them, they shouldn't drift at all. It's true. The drifting parts happen in KSP when you leave the scene with the part with physics loads still being put on the parts. That's just the truth. Like, it's just how the freaking, like, I don't know what else to say. Like, but it only really happens with non-locked robotic parts and docking ports. Well, if the part's locked, it's not under physics load because you can use an auto strut to unload it, so it won't drift. Docking ports do drift because of snap docking. Snap docking happens. Correct, Jonathan, yeah. They supposedly fixed that, you know, with a patch, the latest patch to Kerbal that came out like a month ago. They supposedly fixed it, so we'll see. From a development standpoint, that could be hard to manage because you aren't sure what the player expectation would be. Well, I mean, James, that feeds into a much larger thing. I don't think the developers ever... I don't think when Felipe originally made the game that he would imagine parts to be reused like they are. So, the parts are really designed... Most of these hydraulics in game... Well, even the robotics, which were implemented much later. Most of the parts in game are really designed for, like, one use. You know? I don't think they ever intended it to be reused. So... I mean, that's part of the reason why making a fully reusable vehicle is a challenge that I did for a long time, that I pursued for a really long time, because it's really difficult. Because it's not part of, it's not basically making my own game mechanics for the game. So, but we've been able to learn about hydraulic drift and how it works from that, which is really useful. That's really super useful stuff. But, yeah. I think with this bearing design, we did quite good, just on a side note. These parts, they do drift a little bit, and I haven't really tested this after unloading physics. Yeah. It doesn't drift as much as I thought it would. And that's good. We can mess with the bearings tomorrow. I kind of want to attempt at making the chopsticks. Do you think you'll continue with reuse when you get back to career mode or nah? As far as the SSTOs, man, and it kills me to say it, probably not. And the reason isn't what you think. The SSTO, I skipped so, like, I've been reading NASA systems engineering, and I skipped so many tests, dude. I literally did the same thing that they did during the shuttle program. Basically rushed the testing. I rushed the testing because I wanted to get it done because I wanted to get flying again. And I ended up exposing a critical design flaw. The tanks separating under shear load, which blew up the SSTO. That took me a month to fix. If I had tested it correctly, it wouldn't have taken a month to get that right. It would have taken a week. But because I stamped the design and moved on to the next thing, when we went and did operational, test flights, and we landed it, it blew up. Because I didn't do good enough testing. So you had problems during your final tests, which is no good. I'm stopping the
Discovery,
SSTO
go
program,
throttle up.
not because I don't think it's a good idea, it's because I didn't do it right. And at this point, it would be like trying to fix a condemned building. It's just not worth it. It would be better to start over. I'm probably not going to do that, though, because... Do you want to go into another 6 months of development? I don't. There's a reason why I'm developing the new architecture off stream.
Discovery, go and throttle
Now,
up.
that doesn't necessarily mean that the new architecture that I have for mission mode is going to be totally expendable. Some of it might be reusable, some of it might not. I don't know. I like the smaller SSTO Synerd, and the smaller SSTO does work pretty well. It's just the margins, man. Flying it is never surefire, like unless you nail the ascent profile, and I don't want to do that. I want a rocket that I can operate and have some, not like over-engineered margins, but some pretty damn comfortable margins to, be able to get to space and talk to you guys at the same time and operate, you know? Maybe Cal control the ascent profile once again. Once again, dude, it honestly would be better. You're retrofitting something with an autopilot. Retrofitting something with an autopilot rather than designing it from the start to use the said autopilot is not a good idea. There's a reason why they didn't retrofit the space shuttle, for instance, to fly without people on it, even though they probably should have done that from the start. I mean, that's one thing that Buran has on the shuttle. It can fly with nobody in it. Which is something they should have done with the shuttle. I mean, Elon said that, and I agree with him. That's pretty right. So you're converting a real-life testing criteria into Kerbal Engineering Handbook rather than just guessing. So you can have all the tests you need for the system written out. Yep. RJ, I kept noticing things. We kept getting into a cycle of engineering. It happens no matter what save I do. Alright? And this is what I've been thinking about with the variety streaming. I've been doing variety streaming to kind of take a step back. Not because I'm burned out or anything. To take a step back because I noticed no matter what we did, mission mode, engineering mode, mission mode 1, whatever, I always end up with like nasty problems. We always end up getting into a 6-month engineering cycle. It happened with Condor. It happened with the shuttle. It didn't happen with a Freedom rocket because I'll get to that in a second. But it happened with the SSTO after that. The reason why it didn't happen with the Freedom rocket is because I did a lot of the development and testing of the Freedom rocket before we started mission mode. All the conceptual ideas were implemented in Imahara, right? And then I spent a crazy amount of time with the gantry crane, getting the gantry crane right. And then from there, it doesn't matter if you're making, you know, a Freedom 7, a Freedom 10, or a Freedom 10 extended. It's all the same process, right? So that scaled very, very well. So what does that tell me? That tells me that my engineering criteria is bad. So I looked at the Freedom rocket. What I do? I designed some of it off of stream. So what I'm going to do now is design most of it per NASA Systems Engineering's criteria. I'm going to have the entire architecture fleshed out completely, front to back. Not just build the launch vehicle and figure out a mission later. Like what we did with the SSTO. I made the same mistake as the shuttle. But the whole purpose of mission mode was to teach that. The whole purpose of the mission mode was to teach what happens when you do that. And you saw what happened. It just ends literally in frustration. And then you end up with like a semi-compromised design like the space shuttle. They were getting debris strikes on the space shuttle all the way until the end of the program. Understand? Freedom was a much simpler system than the SSTO. Indeed. It was too much. I bit off way too much. And I did do the SSTO in good faith. I really tried to. But I also wanted to make sure that we got back to launching. So, dude, I could probably put another 6 months of development into the SSTO and get it perfect. But I don't want to do that. I want to get to flying back in space. So I'm going to implement something, a new architecture. Could be partially reusable, could be fully reusable. I don't know. I haven't really decided yet. I'm still literally deciding stakeholder expectations. And that's based off of what I think you guys want to see from playing mission mode. The long story short, the quick and easy way to figure that one out, what do you guys want to see? You guys want to see more launches. More launches. More going to other planets. So, I need to make an architecture that could be reused, but it's also simultaneously really simple to set up and really easy to get to the moon, really easy to get to Minmus, really easy to basically tailor it so you could use it to get to, you could use the rockets that we design or the vehicles that we design to get to the moon, to get to Minmus, to get anywhere. I'm basically developing a flexible architecture that's going to be able to get you wherever you need to go. You guys decide to go to Moho, we can go to Moho, no problem. You guys, we want to go to Duna, we can go to Duna, sure. Something modular like Direct or Atlas V would be neat. Kind of hard to reuse that, though. Pigzig, long story short, I'm thinking of the entire process, okay? I'm thinking of the entire process, so I'm not just designing a launch vehicle. I'm designing launch vehicles. I'm designing all the transfer vehicles. I'm designing the capsules or vehicles that we're going to use. I'm not going to say what. I don't want to say. So it could be reusable. I could make something like Dragon. It could be something like a better version of Dart. Could do that. We could just make an Orion capsule. That would be the simple and easy solution. But that doesn't mean it can't be reused. You know, I could do a bunch of different things. But what I really want to do, also at the same time, and this is another thing that I noticed from you guys want me to design it. You guys want my designs, not a Kerbalized version of Falcon, or a Kerbalized version of the shuttle, or a Kerbalized version of Starship. You guys want my designs. People want stuff like Grissom. People want stuff like the cigarette booster, the Freedom 10 flyback booster. That was my idea. That was totally my design. No one's ever made a backwards flying booster like that. And I'll be honest, I still don't think that would work in real life, but who knows. So I have to design a flexible architecture that could be reusable, could be partially reusable, could not. Could be totally expendable. I need to design an architecture that flies a lot, that's my own designs, you know, could be influenced by other designs. Grissom's were influenced by the transfer vehicles from Constellation. I mixed that idea with a Pillar of Autumn from Halo. I'll be honest with you. It's literally the same thing. It's just the MTV from Constellation mixed with the Pillar of Autumn. So I might take elements from different designs that I like to figure out, like, on an applicative basis. So what does that mean? Like, SpaceX used a bunch of stuff to make Falcon 9 land that already existed. Grid fins already existed. Supersonic retropropulsion was already a thing that existed. You know, pintle-injected open-cycle gas generator engines were, well, just pintle injectors. Those were already exist. Those come from the Apollo program. Those already existed. Open-cycle Carolox motors are not anything new. It's just combining all these different ideas to make something that you want. I mean, that's literally engineering. That's why I say, like, everything is just a tool in engineering, including me. No, everything is just a tool. Like, canards are just a tool to get a result. A delta wing is a tool to get a result. EJ is a tool to get a result. See where I'm going with this? You know, you don't put skis on your plane unless you want to land it in the snow. Everything is just, it's applicative, so it really depends on what you're doing. So I might take real life ideas from certain vehicles that I like and apply them. So who knows? Maybe we'll have a flyback booster. Maybe we'll do a flyback booster. I don't know. The Freedom 10 idea works really well in KSP, I'll tell you that. It works real good. Something like that, Tipsy, yeah. Yeah, the Merlin engine can trace its lineage directly to the TRW Lunar Module Descent Engine, LMDE. Yep. Mm-hmm. One thing I like to see... What's that, John? Hold on, let me see. One thing I like to see in your KSP play is one stream following into the next and not jumping around. Yep. Mm-hmm. Will you do similar designs to your moon-based, Mars-based systems from the OG mission mode that can literally work on any planet? And like the crane and pallet system from career mode, or will it be totally new? I like those ideas, RJ. I think the moon pallet idea was very, very well implemented. I'm not going to make one end-all be-all lander. That's not right for the application, because something that's really good at landing on Minmus, to give you a nice, precise descent on Minmus, is not necessarily good for the moon. The 5-head solution would be to make a modular lander, where you can swap different engines out. And you have a modular lander design where you can swap the engines out, or put a heat shield on it, or put chutes on it. Or give it you can give it bigger engines or smaller engines. And you can use differential fuel loads and have modular fuel tanks to be able to attach and subtract from it and make a lander that can land anywhere. That's the 5-head move. Remember the, what was the name of the project? Here, I'll show you it. These things, I forget what they were called. I already honed in on this idea in my original mission mode save, guys. And it's an idea that literally was borrowed. Well, I didn't really borrow it from the national team per se, but it's something that they've been trying to do in spaceflight for a long time. Modular components. Where the heck are they? The modular landing vehicle. It looked kind of like a bus with some saddlebag engines on the side, and it had an aerospike in the back. I forget the name. MMT, was that it, Chris? Let's check. Modular transporter. It was basically an SPMT lander. You could just add stuff to it if you want. But that was a good idea. That's something that we ended up seeing implemented. Modular space transporter. That's something that we ended up seeing implemented. Why is the... Oh, geez. What in the frick was I doing here? Oh, I see what I was doing. Kick stages. Neptune kick stages. Word. Remember, you have craft file search. I can't search for a craft file if I don't remember what it was called, Synerd. I don't remember the damn name. I don't like that hellfish. You end up rushing. That's why I never liked speedrunning KSP, because you rush the design, and that's not rocket science, dude. I don't think it's in here, the MSTs. Yeah, baby. Now, this was a mint design. We should have used this. This thing was cool. Nuclear transfer stage. It's in there somewhere, Chris. It's just not loaded into engineering mode right now. It's probably in the career mode save. I saw it, Sevi. I'm watching the videos. Saying that this sucker is nuclear? So if we go into default was my career mode save. Looking for modular space transporter. So yeah, oh yeah, there's this. There's the MMB. There's the NCD-1C. That was a good design. Actually, I think the modular space transporters were my original mission mode save. Modular foreign celestial body light transport. Oh, that was one of the prototype designs. But see, yeah, that's the 5-head solution, modular architecture. So I can adapt it for whatever I want. There it is. There it is. This thing. It's basically a lander that you can disassemble. So, like, for instance, you want to change it so it can land on the moon, you could swap the nacelles out in space and then do a lunar landing. I want to do something like this, but not like this. The same idea, but a much more conventional lander design. Yeah. These things were good, man. They're really good vehicles. They were really, really capable, but they just look weird. Yeah, so I would like to, and this is what I mean. I'm not just designing a launch vehicle with a capsule or a shuttle with a payload bay and then kind of going from there. This new architecture is taking a second because I'm trying to flesh out exactly what I want. And then, yeah, it's going to take a little bit to get this right. But I want to do it right. What's the CV? Transporter? Oh, yeah, that thing. Yep. Big boy MST. Yep, with the payload bay. Downward drop payload bay. Smart idea. These things are great. Very usable. Yeah, Doto. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, guys, I'm designing everything. It's gonna be a lot more fleshed out in the same way that, like, it's gonna be a lot more fleshed out in the way that, like the Apollo program. It's not going to be the Apollo program. Like I said, you guys don't want me to copy anything, so I'm like, dude, not just making a Kerbalized version of Falcon 9 or a Kerbalized version of Saturn V or a Kerbalized version of SLS is taking me a second, because if I give myself open-ended brain to do what I want, then designing something like this does take time. It's hard. It's a lot more difficult than you might think. Do you have a Minchip file? I have everything, RJ, from every save. I back everything up. When it's ready, can you please do an Elon-style presentation? Well, Foo-Face, it's funny that you mentioned that, because what I want to do, here's my idea. And I'm not sure if you guys are going to like this, but I suppose I'll say, like, this is something I've been wanting to talk about. So, the thing is if I'm doing most of the engineering off stream, right? If I'm doing it off stream, and then, it comes to the point where we need to do an orbital flight test or something. That's good content to do the test, to explain why I'm doing the test, explain where we are in the progression of our architecture. Like, I'm gonna get all this designed. I'm gonna do all basically the critical design reviews for all of my vehicles off stream, and then when we move into production and testing, I'll do the tests on stream, like you'd see Astra or SpaceX or someone do a test flight, and that's the Kerbal stream. And then we could basically the idea is to illustrate the entire process of the systems engineering handbook. All of it. This has a lot of good ways to construct the space program in KSP. It's very smart because NASA uses it. I mean, of course it's smart. So the idea is that when we do a KSP stream, in mission mode, it's a mission. I have something to do. We have something to do. We have something to watch. And then we'll do the test on stream, right? And then we review the data. We look at the data. We will look at the, we'll watch the VOD. We'll watch it again. We can understand what happened and understand the test and analyze the test and show the process on stream. And don't get me wrong, that'll make for much more conclusive testing, so I won't get bogged down into 6 months of frigging testing. Like, we won't get bogged down doing that. The idea is that I'm always going to have something cool to show on stream because I'm doing all the boring stuff in the background. But don't get me wrong, For the people that are like, wait, I like the engineering streams too. I'll spend a good deal of time before the test explaining how and why I got to this point. I'll still show the engineering process. It'll just be, instead of me staring at the screen, flipping the camera around for an hour, and then spending thinking about what I want to build, and then spending 5 minutes building it and getting it right, I'll be able to spend like 15 minutes explaining my thought process, and then show you the build, and then test it. And then do a data review. Exactly. The FAA Administrator Steve Dixon will resign next month. Oof. Interesting, Semi. No, don't worry about it. Yeah, so, yeah, guys. That's why I'm making it a thing to flesh out the architecture, because I don't mind doing the engineering and testing on the stream. I'm just trying to avoid basically what we're doing right now, where I just sit here and talk to you guys about what I'm going to do, and then spend an hour, like I talk to you guys about what we're going to do for like 3 hours, and then spend 30 minutes making it and testing it. No. I'm not doing that right. That's not how NASA does things. They do spend a lot of time thinking stuff up. And then they spend a lot of time testing it. And then they spend a lot of time reviewing the data. You know, like, they don't just spend a lot of time talking, test it, and it's okay, it's good. No. Yeah, I want to basically always, when I play Kerbal, I want to have something to show. You know, I don't want to be like, okay, we have to design a lander today. No. Not, okay, we have to design a lander today. Okay, I have my lander design. We need to implement that design and test it today. See the difference? I know what I want to make. We'll make it. It's all the good parts. Basically, I'm showing you all the good parts. That's the idea. So, like, when we do a test, it'll be like watching a stream where we do a test of the, like, it would be like watching SpaceX do the Starship test. It'll be like that. Only you get to see the whole thing. We'll show you all the data. I can show you the telemetry, etc., etc. I'm taking what I learned from Mission Mode 2 the first time around, and I'm adapting the process and refining it to get you more potent content. And I'm losing lots of sleep over it. But, dude, trust me, it's going to be worth it. I've never let you guys down like that before. I always bring the A-game content. Now I want to bring the A+ game content. You guys will like what I have cooking. I don't want to talk about it, though. I want to talk about it. I don't mean to be a tease. I have some basically end-all, be-all architecture. It's going to be the best I can do. No, MG, we will keep going with the mission mode save. Just like, you know, after Apollo, they continued with the space shuttle. Still the same save, but less capability. No, I'm not doing the less capability part. Sure, floating. Yeah, if you want to. I could tease stuff on Twitter if you really want to do stuff like that. I could show you. Could you record the long-winded engineering stuff and just slap unedited stuff on YouTube? Very good to have that on in the background. I'll think about it, Swag. Will you have answers prepared for questions we might have too, or will you just not answer any? No, I'll spend time answering questions, RJ, sure. I appreciate the well-thought-out dedication to streaming. Pop, yeah. Not to sound like a corporate stooge. I'd like to think that you guys know that I'm not being disingenuous when I say this. I want to bring you the best content possible. And Mission Mode 2 was good. We got a lot of things right, but we also got a lot of things wrong. I'll be honest with you, letting you guys choose the architecture was bad. That was a stupid move on my part. I take full responsibility for that, and I'll fix it, and I'm going to. And we're gonna have mission mode that was much more like with the Freedom rockets, where we were doing missions all the time. We were going to the moon. And I'm literally trying to avoid getting bogged down in the engineering process on stream. Okay? And getting nothing done. I'm trying to avoid that. Big time. So, that doesn't mean that it won't still happen from time to time. I just think we do it too much. But see, the thing is that if I'm going to design a modular architecture that's going to go to Minmus and be able to build a base on Minmus, it's inevitable theory crafting out the design. You have to do it somehow. And I don't want to waste people's time on stream doing this all day. And then building for 5 minutes. Nothing gets done that way. Now, the reason I'm doing it now is so I can tell you that this is what I don't want to get locked down doing, okay? Because it's boring. It's not good content. I mean, it's okay. It's cool for the people that really like space, but somebody that's just clicking on this stream and says EJ playing Kerbal is going to get very confused by this. See what I'm talking about? Oh, Doto, that's very good, man. Very nice. Wunderbar. That's good. Does that mean potentially shorter streams in general so that you can work off stream? No. No, Hip, I'm actually working on trying to balance my time right now. I'm working on balancing, guys, I'm working on this between streams. And that's kind of the reason, this is something that I didn't anticipate. I didn't anticipate that, you know, doing variety, like, okay, so think about it like this. All right. Sorry, that wasn't a good way to explain this. I was going down a thing that I didn't want to explain. Listen to me here, all right? When we're designing something, like in KSP, okay? We could spend a week designing it, in a week building the vehicle, and still not get it right. And that puts pressure on me to perform, and that's fine, that's not a big deal. I'm not too incredibly worried about that. I just want to make sure we get stuff done. Now, in the past, in my mind, it's like, oh, well, they'll appreciate the engineering process. I'm going to show the entire process end to end, you know? Because I'm trying to show how difficult this stuff is and how much time it takes, etc., etc. And that's all fine and dandy, right? That's okay. But forcing that stuff that should be in the background into the forefront of the stream is boring. Yeah, it's boring. It's good content for the people that are really obsessed with spaceflight. So it's good for the long-time viewers. And that's why I'm not going to stop doing it. I just want to do it less. We need to get more people involved with spaceflight and get more spaceflight fans to show them that it's not boring. And sitting here all day and talking about theory, crafting out different architectures is not good for like the 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old that's going to come in here and want to see explosions and rocket launches. See what I'm talking about? So like I have to think about it partially from an advertising standpoint too. Also, I think that's better for the stream, but that's another story. Are you going to play any City Skylines? Not tonight, Dubs. No. The next Skyline stream is on Tuesday. Yeah, I have it penciled in for Tuesday. Skylines in Tarkov on Tuesdays. So, the issue that stood out for me, mission mode, you could stack up multiple missions, but it never happened. Well, it was working fine with the Freedom Rocket, but then when we decided to get bogged down in another dev cycle, the SSTO, it never happened. We never performed. I missed deadlines by months. What was that? It took me a while to get used to stream as I showed up around the time you were working on your Kerbal Falcon 9. Lots of talking. Yeah, I'm trying to eliminate the talking. Not entirely, but just a little bit. So, like, Swag, going back to your question, I'll answer all the other stuff in a second. Going back to what you guys were saying, like, Swag, like, I was pressured to show the entire process. And because I'm showing the entire process, some of the stuff that would have taken me an hour now takes 6 hours, okay? And then that makes it so stuff that should take a month, like if I did it off stream, it would have taken me a month. If I do it on stream, it takes 6. See what I'm talking about? Actually incorporating more variety streaming into the stream has allowed me to really hone what I want to show, because it gives me content to stream during the week when I might not have the best Kerbal content for you guys to see. See what I'm talking about? It's tough to keep content going and to keep fresh content for a game that's 8 years old. You know? I want to make sure that I'm giving you guys the best. So, actually, like, maybe a day, like, where I'm like, oh, you know, I'm not really finished with the SSTO today, right? I'm not making an SSTO necessarily. The truth is, I haven't fleshed the architecture out completely. I know what I want to do, but I don't know how I'm going to do it just yet. So say, like, oh, today I just installed the landing gear on the SSTO. It's not really anything to show. Like, maybe I'll show it to you for a couple seconds, and then we'll do variety stream. Basically, variety streaming is giving me an excuse to not play Kerbal every freaking day. And I know that sounds ridiculous, right? Like, what do you mean you don't want to play Kerbal every day? Well, the truth is I want to play Kerbal every day. But I really only have an hour's worth of content to give you every day. And if I stream that hour's worth of content, it ends up taking 6 hours worth. It ends up taking 6 hours. So it's 6 hours of freaking talking. And then, like, maybe 5 minutes of work. That's not good streaming content. It's not. It's not. It's like, I hate admitting to myself that because I love doing it. Like, my job is to communicate this stuff. But my job also is to play Kerbal. So, I'm making sure when I have something to show you in Kerbal, that it's my A game. And variety streaming is helping me kind of... It's giving me... I'm not going to say it's giving me a crutch, because that implies that, you know, I should play Kerbal and be able to produce every day. I don't think people realize how difficult that is. Like, coming up with new and exciting content for Kerbal every freaking day. It's rocket science, dudes. It's tough. Okay? There's only so many times you can land on the moon before people get bored. Okay? That's the other thing to take into account. I mean, that's literally what happened in real life. Go figure. Dedicated stream day running out. Yeah, exactly, Claude Boy. You might see like 1 or 2 Kerbal streams a week, but those 1 or 2 Kerbal streams will be the best content that I can get you. The best Kerbal content around. That's what I'm thinking. I've been watching you for a few years, and I can attest to the point that you've never not provided the best content you could. Why stick around? I love your stuff. Thanks, man. Yeah. Came here at 14:50 to join the comments. Yeah, exactly, Sebi. I'd love to see you take on this challenge on Tuesday in cities. The new airport DLC panic challenge. Okay. Know what I mean? You could have the phones on the way you do it. Yeah, exactly, God. Yep. Thanks, Senshai. I appreciate it. My biggest complaint about mission mode was that the stuff failed, and when even you said it sucks, and yet people in the chat just didn't want to let a failed project out. Yeah, Goalie, that's the other thing. So that's not a problem with chat. That's not a problem with the people that want to keep seeing the architecture going. That's a problem with me not doing the testing good enough. And once again, dude, I wanted mission mode to teach people how the space program really works. You said it yourself that the SSTO was like the shuttle. Eventually you just got to rip the band-aid off because make something new. Because it's not working. It ain't working, man. See what I'm talking about? The SSTO literally did the same thing. I remember you worked on the shuttle's pad off stream, and what did it teach, if anything? Well, RJ, I was worried that if I did all this engineering off stream, you know, that I'm not gonna, you know, you guys are gonna miss out on all the engineering, and there's people that want to see that, and I want to demonstrate the process, etc., etc. But not even SpaceX shows everything that they're doing, and they're very transparent about what they're working on because they do it outside, you know. You're giving fresh content on Minecraft that is 12 years old. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, floating. Another thing to think about. Stopping and explaining the same thing over and over may add to that time. Well, I think expectations are great. Doing explanations as you do development can really extend the time from launch to launch. Heavy off-stream development is good, but having recaps on development is good. Exactly, Hokie. If I know what to say, if I don't have to think about something, you know, because I did the development off-stream, I can explain it really quickly, and then I can say, hey, just go to the beginning of the Kerbal VOD today, and it'll tell you exactly what's going on. If you have any questions... just go. Just chatting would disagree with you. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Sebi, right on. Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm catching up. Yeah, Nicholas, I'm working. Well, we have the VOD uploading system on YouTube, guys, and yeah, shameless plug for the YouTube channel. Every VOD gets uploaded to YouTube, so, which frankly has a much better player than Twitch for viewing back videos. So yeah, with bookmarks in it and everything, you should be able to go see Space Newses, Kerbal Plays, everything. You could see what I did last week in Tarkov on YouTube if you really want to. I just want to see you use GrapAssist to get underpowered craft to the outer reaches. Yeah, I gotcha. I personally enjoy the entire engineering progress. I agree for the health of the stream. It's a good move for sure. Yeah, Hip, that doesn't mean that we won't do it. Maybe sometimes I'll choose to show particular engineering content on stream where we theory craft something out, but that doesn't mean we need to do it every time. Right? It's crop rotation. Bingo, Hayes. Yeah. By the way, please post a schedule when you want to play and what. Okay. I don't like that, John. Since you have a YouTube channel for videos, would the engineering content be placed there instead of your view there in case your view counts for those heavy engineering fans? Yeah, I suppose. Suppose I could probably do a couple of videos where I go and explain it, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Exactly, goalie. I need a lesson plan. That's the right way to say it. I need a lesson plan. I need to have a syllabus. For teaching what? Straight up. That's something that I've been so scared to do. I'll be honest. I've been scared to do it because, you know, like that doesn't give me a reason to play Kerbal every day. And I want to play Kerbal every day. And the truth is that I do. But if I sit there and talk about it for like 3 hours and you don't get anything done in Kerbal, then am I really playing Kerbal? You know? Exactly, Omni. I wanted mission mode to teach the lessons of spaceflight. I think I made it a little too real. But then again, I didn't go about it like real spaceflight. I went about it like a Kerbal player trying to play trying to do real spaceflight. So it didn't really work too well, did it? Stuff blew up in my face. I don't know, Sebi. Yeah, it's only gonna get worse, buddy. Yeah, time's only gonna go by faster, so make sure you slow down. That was one of my New Year's resolutions, dude. Slowing down. I check the date. I check the weather every day. It helps slow down time. January and February have lasted forever for me. Like, New Year's to me doesn't seem like. It seems like it was a long time ago. It was only a month and a half ago. Trust me. Check the date. Check the date. Check the weather. That's what I do every day now. I made that a thing in 2022. That was my New Year's resolution, to slow stuff down. Ferris Bueller style. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you have specific dev streams where you show the development process, but not every stream. Bingo, Hokey. Yeah. I gotta blend it a little bit. Like, okay, so think about it like this. Here's what I mean. I'm not going to show the theory crafting out of a super heavy launch vehicle if I want to make like Neptune. I'm not going to do that with Neptune. We're not going to theory craft it out on stream. Something super complicated, or the SSTO. What I would theory craft out is like a module for a space station that it builds, or a part to a transfer vehicle, or a lander. Something like that. The smaller stuff. That's the stuff where I'll show the process, not the big stuff. The big line items, I'll do that off stream. And that's what I'm doing right now. Are you going to model the parts too, or are you not sure? I could, RJ. I could. We could do that. I'll admit, though, if I model the parts, that's just more time. It's just going to take more time. I can do it. I can do it off stream. I could even have people help me out. But it is going to take more time. No, Sebi, not having Alexa do it. Actually go and find the weather, damn it. Having someone explain it. No. Trust me. Bueller. Sebi, I'm talking about... I hate admitting it, but I'm talking about basically acting like a boomer. Going and watching the local news in the morning, looking at the weather, slowing stuff down. I think, especially in my line of work, when you're in the tech world, and I think streaming is encompassed in that tech world, time flies extremely fast. I don't remember what I did in 2018, except going to Falcon Heavy. I don't remember what I did in 2018. I don't remember what I did in 2019. I know I went to Disney World. And that's it. Like, off the top of my head, I can't recall any specific thing that I did in those years. I was just streaming. Maybe what I was working on in KSP with a little bit of a refresher. What did you do before that? What were you doing in 2019? Do you remember? I don't remember. And I have a good memory. If you do model parts, would you attempt to part weld parts of the pad and tower? Well, Shaw, how I would end up doing it is how SpaceX built the orbital launch tower. They built it in pieces. Yes and no. I have ADHD. My brain remembers stuff differently, I guess. I remember what you're doing in 2018. You're growing hair. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, so I've been just trying to slow stuff down, and it's working. It's working. It works. Like, New Year's seems like it was a long time ago. It was only a month and a half ago. Yeah, slow it down. Think about what you're going to do during the week. Think about what you want to do during the week. What games I want to play. Building the airport and cities. What I want to get done. And that honestly has helped me hone what I have thus far for new Kerbal content. Variety streaming is making me want to play Kerbal more. That's the honest truth. I want to play Kerbal more, but I want to make sure that it's right. You know what I mean? Like Tarkov or something is a game you could just jump in. You could just jump in, just have some fun. People are there to watch you play the game. They're not necessarily there to watch you do the quest for the gun, you know what I mean? For gun parts, or do the quest where you do this, right? I don't want Kerbal content to be like Tarkov where we could just jump in. I want the content to tell a story, and I want it to teach lessons. So it'll be like watching an abridged series. Modeling the launch pads and having help integrating them into KSP would allow you to spend more time on the ships and not messing around with a pad. Doom, I'll be honest with you. I'm not adverse to making launch pad parts in Maya. I can do it, and I do it pretty well, actually. I'm not adverse to making my own rockets. In fact, that would be better for engineering. I could get into much finer engineering for KSP if I was going to do that. But there's no material analysis. Like, the thing is that I'd have to... Kerbal's mass fraction on parts is terrible. It's nowhere near what a real rocket is. They intentionally made the parts heavy. The mass fraction on most parts is like 91%. That's a terrible mass fraction. That means it's 91% fuel and 9% fuel tank. That's garbage. Not Starship is less than that. Or Starship's more than that. Starship's like 95% fuel. And the rest, 5%, is like wings and the tank walls and stuff. I could get into much finer engineering if I did it on Maya. Did it in Maya. Absolutely. I could be much more careful with the engineering, and I could be much more careful with the propulsion, and I could use real rocket science to make the parts. The thing is, though, that takes time. It'll take more time. Like, if I was going to do that, I would have much more reign over the engineering for the project. And it would be easier to make the launch pad because I could engineer all the parts at once instead of retrofitting parts. However, that would take a lot more time. Modeling takes time. It's hard to do. But then you're not playing KSP so much. Bingo. If you go the route of making your own parts, I have 8 years experience doing that in KSP 1 and can help you out. Yeah, MGB. Yeah. Your talks on U.S. civics during Hearts of Iron 4 and gun mechanisms during EFT were cool. Yeah, Floating, I really wanted to show the civics, man. That's something that I've been wanting to tell people about. Not because I want to cash in on, political rhetoric, right? But I think it's important to explain the systems for people to understand the systems. I think people draw conclusions about the system with not knowing systems on things in spaceflight and politics that people don't know. You're making opinions about stuff and you know nothing about, Eric Berger. Sorry. I had a knot in my throat. So I make it a thing to explain it. Just explain how the system works. Not interjecting opinion, because if you want to convey your point, you shouldn't interject opinion. It should be self-evident. But yeah, gun mechanisms and stuff, yeah, dude, I can do that. I can do that with guns. I can do that with tanks. I can do that with trucks. I can do it with anything. I like doing it with rockets, because rockets is something people don't know too much about, even now. Did you enjoy that Brownell's take on the Tarkov systems? Mr. Bond, I fell asleep watching that video, and I forgot to rewatch it. I was watching it when I was going to sleep. I fell asleep. I'm sorry. I didn't get the whole video, so I don't want to say it because I haven't seen the whole thing. It seemed good from what I saw, though. You could 3D print gun parts. Not with PLA. PLA is not, no. I mean, you could make a firework if you want to do that. I got into SnowRunner recently, and now I notice every truck. Zenith, trucks are the biggest rabbit hole for the average person that I've ever seen. Once you go down the truck rabbit hole, you ain't coming back out. It's like space. Not as potent as space, though. But, yeah. I don't know, dude. Trucks are ridiculous. It's very weird. You'll start, like, I started with light-duty trucks. Like, my 59 is a half-ton, okay? So, a half-ton is like a small American-sized pickup, which would be pretty much a full-size pickup for everywhere else in the world. Then there's quarter-ton trucks. Quarter-ton trucks are a step lower, like Ford Rangers, Chevy S10s, K trucks, stuff like that. That's the small quarter-ton trucks. Actually, K trucks are an eighth-ton, but that doesn't matter. How trucks happens is you start, and then you see your truck, and you're like, oh, that's cool. But that's cool. And then now I've noticed that I was into just quarter-ton trucks, and now because I bought the F-250, now I like three-quarter-ton trucks. Or I was into half-ton trucks, and now I like three-quarter-ton trucks. And now that I've seen what the three-quarter-ton truck can do, I want a one-ton truck. And then I want a 2-ton truck and a 3-ton. And I'm like, oh no. Oh no. I just want a bigger truck. That's not good. That's not good. That's not a good thing at all. I'm European. I'm immune to trucks. Yeah, well. Swishio, you'd like it if you had it. Trust me. Trucks are one of those things, dude. It's one of those things, man. Like, I can't explain it, dude. I used to hate trucks. I hated them. I did not, I was like, what the hell are you going to do with that thing? It's freaking huge. It's big. Like, what the hell are you going to do with that? Cars are way better. Cars are way better. You know, you buy a pickup truck. Just buy a full-sized car. It does the same thing. Then full-sized cars went away. Yeah, they stopped making those. And I was like, okay. So I was like, okay, you know, maybe I'll buy a truck. I want a classic one. So I bought the 59 from my uncle, right? And I'm like, this thing is useful. I like it. I like it a lot. You look at how much stuff you could put in the bed of this thing. And that thing has a tiny 6-foot box. And then I was like, yeah, you know what? 8-foot box, man. I could lie down in the back of that thing. There's so much room back there. Like, it's just, yeah, it's a rabbit hole. And you won't, like, from the outside looking in, so for folks that are like in Europe, right? Like, you guys have the tiny cars, and those are fine. I get it. The streets are small. That's why you have tiny cars. It makes sense. Our streets are not, so we have bigger cars, and it's also a lot longer distance between things over here. But that's another story. It seems really weird. I get it. Just like small econo boxes seem weird to us. Like, I see those little European cars. I'm like, dude, that's not a car. That's a golf cart. So trucks must seem very strange. But drive one, and you'll be like, oh, this thing is great. Trust me. Dude, they're so freaking useful. That's why I like them, because they're useful. Can't do much with the econo box other than move, like, maybe you and a couple of groceries around. A truck, you could build a house with a pickup truck moving parts from the hardware store back to the house and back. You could build a house with it. Can't do that with a smart car, you know? Can't do that with a dang smart car. Classic truck on bags. Good man. This is my truck. No, I will not help you move. Yeah, that's the other thing, that gas is... Even now with the gas prices the way they are, with more supply chains, yeah, it's still cheaper than you guys. It's still cheaper. Truck drives 10 gallons per kilometer. Gallons per kilometer. Nice. No, I don't know. What did I get during Route 154? I probably spent about, I don't know, $1,000 on gas across the entire country. Something like that. And I'm not trying to be like, oh, I just spent $1,000 on gas. I needed to get the truck home somehow. I don't know, man. The truck probably got like 13, 14 miles to the gallon, something like that. That's not very good. But considering that thing is a tank, it's much heavier than a regular car. 15 miles to the gallon is not the worst. Damn, Sebi. It's 175 euros per liter. Dude, here it's... And this is expensive. Keep in mind, this is expensive for Americans. Here it's 89 euro. 0.89 euros, so 89 cents per liter. That's where it's at right now, about. We did the math out the other day. I would hope for 17. Doom, I think if we tune... I mean, that engine's tired, man. That engine's tired. If we tune that 351 up, we could get that up to 20, 24, somewhere around there. On the highway. Yeah, we could get it up there, dude. What? How? How? That's a Rule 8 thing, Swishio. I mean, it's... We have oil here. It's domestic oil production. That's... You know? It's a Rule 8 thing, dude. In Europe, you guys appreciate the environment more than we do, I guess. Like, that's how that works, so they don't want people driving cars around. You're talking about all new electric cars over 2 tons or 2... Yeah, I mean, Supercraft, you know what the funny thing is about electric cars, right? And this, even Elon will admit this. Like, the electric car's still 2 tons, man. It's still a heavy freaking car. You still need X amount of energy to move X amount of mass. You can't beat physics. All you're doing is shifting the energy to somewhere else. Like, you're shifting the energy production from the car makes the energy, rather than has the stored energy. Well, cars have stored energy in the form of gasoline, right? Gasoline's much better energy storage than a battery, even right now. But batteries are catching up, and that's cool. But we still got to generate the power somehow, you know? You're just shifting the problem somewhere else, which is not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. Like, I see people that don't like electric cars say that, you know, oh, you know, the electric car just means the power plants need to work more. I'm like, yes and no. That's not really how that works. You are shifting the problem, but that doesn't necessarily mean that a power plant needs to generate more power. Power plants usually generate aggregate amounts of power. A lot, like, the way I like to describe power plants to people is basically if you have a bucket full of water, right? The amount of people using electricity, every time if you have more draw, you punch more holes in the bucket and more water drains out. What the power plant tries to do is keep the water level in the bucket even by making sure they generate the same amount of power that's going out. And you try to keep the water level even. You have to. Because you can't store water in the bucket. You always have to be putting it in, or it has to be drawn, or it has to be leaking out. That's how a power plant works. They can't generate the energy and store it. They have to make sure that the amount going in is the amount going out, or just a little bit more. So that little bit more is an aggregate amount of power. If we can find a way to store that, then electric cars make 1,000 times more sense. But finding a way to store it is the problem. Europe barely has any oil reserves. Yeah, floating. That's the other thing. Yeah, it's tough to get oil up there, dude. I mean, but then again, it's tough to get oil where I'm at. But then the U.S. has a crazy good infrastructure, man, for trucks and trains and whatnot. So yeah, I mean, $2.12 a liter, $8.50 a gallon for gas near you right now. $8.50, Tessa. There would be riots. People would go bananas if they were paying $8.50 a dollar for gas. And that's not because, like, okay, once again, like, people would go insane about that, not because necessarily, like, you know, we don't care about the environment or anything, but there's the vast majority of people in the United States have to commute like more than 20-30 miles to their job. Right? We have to drive a car somewhere. There's the train infrastructure is designed for freight. It's not really designed for passengers. You want to do that, you take a plane if you're going long distances. We've talked all about that. But the vast majority of people commute to work in their damn car because there's no other option. You know what I mean? And once again, the other thing is that I'm not saying there shouldn't be another option either. Right? Engineering is engineering. It's colorblind to ideologies. You know what I mean? But yeah, like, that makes it so just going to work costs you thousands of dollars a month. Yeah, that's why people would go bananas. You know? Same here, the average commute is over 30 minutes in a car. Man, you guys are getting hamstrung. That sucks. That sucks, dude. I feel for you. I really do. That's not okay. But once again, I don't know, man. Everybody's different. Everybody can run their country a little different, man. And ain't any of my business what people do overseas with their country. It's their own business, you know. Just grow your own fuel, 5-head. Yep. Paying like $3.87 a gallon for gas in New York City. That ain't bad. Anyway. Yeah, Riv. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's like, yeah. Everybody's a little different, man. What I try not to do is try not to judge what Europeans do from an American perspective. That's really stupid. That's like saying 100 feet is 100 meters. Like, it doesn't work like that. Hello? Hello? It's not how that works. They tried that one time with a lunar or a Martian lander. It didn't work very well. 30 miles. I wish it was that short. Yeah, not gonna lie. I was really happy that the majority of car commercials for the Super Bowl were electric cars. The freaking Dr. Evil bit killed you. I mean, just based. The whole joke with Dr. Evil is that Dr. Evil was incompetent. So it makes a lot of sense that he'd be running GM.
Bruh.
Grab your freaking shots fired. All right. Anyway, so yeah, that's a little bit of a spiel about what I'm doing with what I'm planning with KSP and some other things. Not because they're easy. Bruh, 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 bruh. Wouldn't it be cool if you had every time there was a gun in Tarkov, or every time you fired it, it went like this?
Bruh, bruh, bruh.
That'd be pretty funny. Dizor, 36 months. Bruh. Yeah. Engineering mode up here. The bruh, 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 bruh. Grab Shark. I've kind of decided, and I know there will be repercussions for this. I kind of decided that I just want to shoot everything that moves every time I get into a Tarkov game. I don't care about scav karma. Getting shot in the face just is so damn annoying in that game that I'm just gonna shoot everybody else in the face before they shoot me in the face. I don't care if they're scavs. I'll just take their guns and go. I'm just gonna shoot everyone. I'm driving to Sarasota every day this week. Oof. Oof. Wow. No, Dread, that's funny though. Not half as funny as the Tesla whoopee cushion blinkers. The big downsides are worse scav loadouts and much longer scav timers. AI scavs will start to aggro you no matter what. We got betrayed on reserve. Dude, I played with Taradra on Tuesday. We had 4 scav rounds in a row where we just got shot by player scavs. It was... I was trying my best not to get pissed. Because I know that Tarkov is supposed to push your buttons. That's the whole idea. I get it. But man, did that piss me off. You could just get good. Useful tip as ever. Once I was shooting someone in the head with crap ammo and nothing was working, so I ran up to him and shouted out, "Oi!" Nice. Scavengers, John. In Tarkov, you have non-player controlled characters called scavengers. So, like, okay, this is the last thing I want to explain, and then we'll get back to this because we're running out of time. See what I mean? 3 hours of talking, 5 minutes of playing. No good. Can't do this anymore. So, like in Tarkov, you have the start of the game right here, right? And the start has a bunch of PMCs in it. So these are all players. The match starts with all players. And then you get to about halfway through the match, right? And then this is where NPC scavengers start spawning. They start putting NPCs into the game. The NPC scavs will shoot at private military contractors. They'll shoot at you. A little bit after that, here, is where player scavs come in. NPC scavs don't shoot player scavs. Player scavs don't shoot NPCs. Well, they can, but you shouldn't. The game will penalize you if you do. Player scavs can also shoot at PMCs, and PMCs can basically shoot at everything, right? And then when the timer runs out over here, this is the extract time, right? And basically when the timer runs out, it's where the chips fall. So NPC scavs shoot at PMCs. PMCs shoot at everything. Player scavs don't shoot NPC scavs, but they do shoot PMCs. All right? And the player scavengers are picking up what was left of the PMC conflict, and NPC scavs do that as well. And then whatever the player scavs collect by the extract time, if they get out by the end of the extract time, whatever the player scavs collect, they get to keep for when they do PMC missions down the road. The NPC scavs will just scavenge stuff. So it's a very interesting gameplay loop. There's really never been nothing exactly like that, which is very strange. No, not really, Evil Bit. When I play a game, I try to understand what the developers were doing, what they were trying to get done. That's the first thing I do when I play every game. What are the developers trying to make? And did they succeed in trying to make it with the game? Kerbal, I'd like to think I got that figured out pretty well. But I can do this with any game. I did it with Cyberpunk. I did it with... We're doing it with Tarkov right now. I did it with Cities. Easy peasy. What are you trying to do? How do you play the game? What makes the game tick? Right? So the beginning of that is like figuring out the gameplay loop. That's the gameplay loop for Tarkov. It's addicting. It's very addicting because it centers around the loot and getting better loot so you can be better at when you go into PMCs. And the PMCs, the reason they're there is to do quests. They have to get into Tarkov and get out before they get shot. And you get quests from NPC traders and whatnot, so it gives you a reason to play PMC. You have quests that you need to do these PMC missions with, and you need good gear to do the PMC missions, so you need to scav for good gear to play the PMC missions correctly. And then your character levels up over time and you get better quests. It's a pretty good gameplay loop. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, man. It's like, yeah, it's PvP, PvE, all at the same time, all thrown into one map. It's actually, dude, it's pretty smart, man. Very well implemented. Sun Temple, I honestly like Tarkov better than DayZ. What I hate about Battle Royale games is that you're basically going in blind. And that's not... I don't like that. I don't like that somebody can drop and land on the best gun in the game. And then somebody else drops with a pistol, you know? Now, keep in mind, that makes more of an equality of outcome gaming loop than equality of opportunity gaming loop, right? In Tarkov, you can prepare yourself for a mission as much as you want by scavving as much as you want. And then when you're ready to do the mission, you improve your odds of success the best. So if you're more patient and you're a better player, it's going to pay off for you in the long run. That doesn't mean dick in Fortnite, PUBG, DayZ, stuff like that. That doesn't mean anything. That's what I mean. Like DayZ and I'm not trying to dunk on those games either. It's easier to win at those games. So it's like, though in my mind, the gameplay loop is much more suited to give you a taste of victory a lot more. And that keeps people playing it because it's easier to win. I'd rather play games like Tarkov that are hard to win. Basically what I'm trying to tell you is that the way DayZ's feedback loop, or not feedbacks, the way the gameplay loop works in Battle Royale games is participation trophy nonsense. I don't like it. I never liked it. I like games where you succeed on skill. And don't get me wrong, there is a little bit of that in Tarkov. There is. There definitely is. Like, if you have a scav with a good gun, you're going to be more effective, right? And obviously higher level players are going to be more effective than low level players. I've reaped the benefits of that, or the not benefits. But I do like how, you know, somebody with a pistol, if they know what they're doing, can kill somebody with a really good gun and take it. It really comes down to player skill. I like that. Now, don't get me wrong. Not that, you know, everybody enjoy, you find, there's 1,000 different flavors of video games out there. You find the one that you like. So, I'm not saying every game needs to be like this either. Those are the games that I like playing. I like playing games that have a skill curve that's like Grand Canyon big, you know? Tarkov isn't fair, like, but, you know, sometimes that's how real life is. But then again, one could say that, you know, Fortnite is the same way. It's not always fair. Somebody's always going to have a better gun than you. But, like, at least with Tarkov, you can try and combat that, you know? It's really good, Grab Shark. It's a really good game. It takes all the best game mechanics from like playing a Call of Duty or a Counter-Strike game and adds them with the fun gameplay mechanics that from like PUBG and DayZ and stuff like that with like kit and loot and stuff. It's so good. It's really well done. Man, I resisted playing Tarkov for a long time. There was a very good reason for that because it's really good. I knew I'd like it. Just like Elite Dangerous and Star Citizen, there's a reason why I don't play those games. Anyway, let's build some chopsticks, shall we? It's 310. Okay. Yeah, there's multiple extraction zones tested to protect against crappy behavior like that. Alright. So we wanted to add more bearings in here, huh? I'm just going to do the quick and dirty solution here and see if it makes any difference. We had like 1.5 degrees of deflection before. Let's see if just adding another set of bearings to these back hinges changes anything. Oh, they might clip into each other a little bit, huh? Yeah, that's actually not going to work. They'll clip. That's no good. Okay. See what I mean? This is what I'm trying to avoid. This. Know what I need to do and how I need to get it done before the stream starts. Makes for much better content. Okay. Let's go back to the other tower here. Let's see what we got. How many parts is this thing right now? 942. That's no good. You just made this Panther? Oh, that's nice. Are you really building Mecha Godzilla? Yeah. Yeah, of course I am. Alright, so... I'm gonna have to redo the tower design here to an extent because the other design is a little bit different. Trying to think what would be the best way to do it. And we also gotta here, actually, let me check something. Is this for your new architecture? No. No. MGB, this is just a fun side project. I am a monument to all your sins. I'm wondering if I like take this, right? And I place it. Is it gonna run the struts correctly? Nope. Yeah, that means for every time I redo the craft file, I'm gonna have to redo the struts. It's okay. I'm glad you guys like it. This one. No, it's what is it? It's this one is machine and man, and as its mind concluded, this one is but flesh and faith, and is the more deluded. Why the frick does the thing speak in rhymes? Of course it speaks in rhymes. What is it, a fairy tale creature, for Christ's sake? Why does it speak in rhymes? It's so stupid. No, it was pretty cool. Freaking grave mind. Alright, we can get rid of that. We gotta do some modifications to this. So let me go ahead and I'll get rid of that. Interesting. Yeah, because the fairings are a little bit skinnier. This one is machine. Damn it, now it's stuck in my head. Alright. I mean, this thing looks right, but the thing's gonna end up being, because I have to put the rails in from the other design, it's gonna end up being a lot of parts. I might get rid of the stringers, or the girders, just for now. But then again, that was the structure. That's a structural thing. It's part of the structural design. Guidance. There for guidance victory. All right. Alright, let's just do it. Let's just build it. Hey, Super Talker, what's going on? Are you doing your own thing? Yeah, engineering mode, man. I'm just messing around. I wanted to see if this could be done in Kerbal. Whether I'll use it or not, I don't know. Maybe. But I always like doing these kind of fun side projects. I like doing these projects just because, like, you know, you might learn something. Make one that can grab Neptune. I don't know if I can make one lift 300 tons, dude. And if I did, it wouldn't look like this. This thing is designed to lift 375 cores. That's kind of what I designed it for the most part. Let me take the bearing design here. Just put it there, like that. There we go. All right. And now, give me these things, like that. Get rid of that. See, this guy has the tracks on it now. I'm thinking. Did the shuttle have any dihedral at all? Dihedral. Dihedral what? Wings? No. No. The bottom of the shuttle, so if you're looking at the shuttle from the front, it's very sus picture. You're looking at the shuttle from the front, right? Still looks like Mickey Mouse. Still looks like Mickey Mouse. Anyway, the shuttle's wings go like this. So they're straight on the top, kind of, if you're looking at it from the front. And the bottom is like this. What does that look like? See that? What does that look like? See the shape? The shuttle is a capsule shape from, if you're looking at it. It's curved like a heat shield because it is a heat shield. But it's a heat shield capsule shape that's morphed into a plane shape. It's a capsule that flies sideways. Seriously. So it's not dihedral, it's not anhedral, it's not either one. It's a heat shield that's attached to the bottom of a wing. Makes sense? Not bad. Probably should have done this from the start. Some of the bearing struts didn't run, but some of them did. So I'm kind of just curious to test this the way that it is, and see what happens. I just got to run some struts to fasten this whole thing together, and we're at 1,100 parts. Looks awesome though. We saw it yesterday, Bandit. Oh, that's nice. It's a nice looking car, dude. It's one of the prettier Ferraris we've seen. Just hope it works. Okay. Let's see if the tracks work correctly. I never made them this big before. We only tested with one of these segments before. See what happens. Why shouldn't it? It's a Ferrari. I know. That's what I'm afraid of. What are we working on, Salty? Check this out, dude. We're working on a Mechazilla. Watch. I'll find ways to lower the part count, dude. You ready for the fun part? Because here comes the fun part. Oh, oh. Come on, you can do it. Don't break. Don't break. Come on. Don't bind up on me. Oh, it's trying. What is the intended use for this? Nothing. I'm building it because I want to. If you're wondering what the real intended use for this is, well, that thing. See that thing? That's the real intended use for it. Doing this. Scrub off some paint. Nah, it's the segments between the SRBs, dude. It's the chopstick, Salty. Look at that. That actually happened. This is actually a real thing that exists. Still can't believe that happened, man. Hey, Whitney, what's going on? Can you see that? You see that freaking thing right there, man? How does that even happen? How does that even work? Are you kidding me? How does that even happen? Like, oh, how does that even... Sorry. Whitney, how are you? It's only a model. Shh, 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 shh. I know you are. Well, they probably sped it up. They probably just sped up the simulation. Engineering! I love it. I want to eat your physics. Just give me all the physics. It tastes good. Zero, if you really wanted my honest opinion, you know, if Starship is designed to be turned around that fast, I don't think this has wind limits, dude. Seriously. I think it's built to be able to lift something like 6 times as heavy as this thing. Because an airport can operate in windy conditions. We saw that today at Heathrow, didn't we? Where's that video? Oh, I don't have it. I X'd out of it. Shame. Yeah, да, Ilya. Это Mekazila. Da. Yeah. Took me a second. It's not a Kraken Tech Mekazilla, though. I mean, it kind of is, but it kind of isn't. Alright. We have some problems here with clipping I-beams. Some of these I-beams were clipping pretty bad. I don't know why those ones were clipping out. That doesn't really make sense. Unless these have same vessel collision on them. They don't. So what about here? What's wrong with these ones? Huh. 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 Well, that's a problem. We can't have that. I say mechanism? You said mechanism. Oh, yes, this is Kraken Tech mechanism. Yeah, that's what that says, right? Какой-то механизм. Да? Okay, I need the translator. It's some kind of mechanism? Oh, I thought you said Kraken, dude. I thought you said, it's something, dude. It is something, yeah. Yeah. Dude, this thing is nuts, man. I don't even know, like, I don't freaking, it's ridiculous. Anyway, here, let me, like, remove every other section here because, yeah, part count. I did those in 2x mirror. Interesting. Why do I do that? It was Oromov. Oromov set off the satellite. I saw him do it. Well, why would he do that? There is another satellite. Another golden eye. What's the part count now? Ah, we shaved 100 parts off. That's good. Just had a thought. How about the 250 meter root trick? That would probably help a lot. I mean, Tessa, technically I really don't need any of these stringers. These things, the K right there, it's just there for show. I don't need them. They don't need to be incorporated into the design. They're just there to kind of make sure everything is held together. Like, I could get rid of every one of them, and we wouldn't need them. Last year when Elon announced Mechazilla, some friends and I tried to calculate how they would do it. We were like, what the frick? Whitney, okay. What gets me is that. the fact that it can lift it. The fact that it can lift this thing up. And, I mean, you're fighting straight shear load on the bearings. This whole thing wants to go that way. That whole thing wants to go that way because the moment of Starship, gravity's pushing down on Starship, and Starship has moment, and it's causing a shear load. The whole thing wants to basically fall over. The fact that this thing straight up resists that shear load is unbelievable. That's so cool. It has, that Starship has so much moment over the chopsticks. It's unbelievable. I can't believe that flimsy freaking cart holds it. It's absurd. How does that thing work with not what like? You got to remember, it's got to be precise enough to be able to stack. You have to be within millimeters. Like for the American, you have to be within a couple thousandths of an inch to stack this thing right. It has to be that close, and it does it, which is. How? Like that's breaking, it's not breaking physics, but you know how tight the tolerances need to be on this thing for that to work correctly? Oh, it's freaking magical. I love it. It's called alignment pins. It's called something, dude. Yeah, Da Vinci, yeah. We know that everything is a freaking trailer hitch. They got a bunch of trailer hitches to hold this whole thing together. It's nuts. Nuts. It's on another freaking level. I can't believe it. It's, okay. There's literally an example of why it works right next to it. Well, Llama Dragon, that thing is counterbalanced. This has no counterbalance. There's no counterweight over here. Which means it's straight up. This thing is straight up actively resisting the shear load that's put on the cart. You have sideways force applied to the cart because Starship's pushing down and it's a lever, right? There's no counterweight. The counterweight is this big concrete block that's cementing this thing into the ground. That's the counterweight. That's what's resisting it. They're basically, long story short, this lever is way bigger than that lever. That's how it does it. But that still doesn't mean that most of the load the shear load gets put onto the tower from the bearings, which is crazy. It's called Alt F12, right? Is it stupid to think of magnets? How do they work? And that's why I was thinking, guys, that this thing is designed, it's designed to, I honestly think a booster could crash into the thing and it won't tip. This thing won't tip over. Why? Because it can pick the damn booster up. If it's strong enough to do that, if it's strong enough to do this right there, oh yeah. I don't think SpaceX is worried about something hitting it. I think all the little equipment on this thing might get damaged, but structurally the tower will be fine. And Zero, if you're still here, that's the reason why I think this thing, windage, is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. That thing's strong enough to resist shear load. I don't think you're going to experience any wind shear load that is equivalent to the shearing load from the moment of Starship applied to this thing. I think this thing can withstand a hurricane easily. I'll ask my mechanics dynamics professor to explain to me how they did it, because I think I don't have the level to completely understand it. Well, Whitney, I'll tell you one thing, and I won't actually ask your professor about this. So, because this is something that I noticed. See the tracks? Look at the tracks. They scraped the paint off. See that? They scraped the paint off the tracks. We saw a NASA spaceflight video. Guys were going at the tracks with angle grinders, and they were shaving the paint off. Which tells me that the tolerance on those bearings is, well, less than a coat of paint. The coat of paint is the difference between the thing getting jammed up and not getting jammed up. Jonas, the foundations for Mechazilla go 33 meters into the ground. It's 100 feet. Yeah. See, they scraped all the paint off of these things because it was binding. Yeah, we saw them drill the pilings for it. They're drilling the same pilings at 39A right now, which is kind of cool. Could just be the coefficient of friction difference between the materials. That probably has a lot to do with its synthesis, yeah. Mm-hmm. Do they compensate for air temperature differences? It comes down to if it comes down to a coat of paint, they're going to have big issues when the temp changes 10 degrees. That's a good point, Jim. There's a lot of dynamics involved here, a lot of dynamic conditions. I bet the pilings at 39A are much deeper. The launch pads, not so much, Tessa. With the launch pads, the pilings aren't necessarily deep so much as the mound is big. Because you have something heavy like a Saturn V or a space shuttle at the top, and then the load gets transmitted off on the mound. They have to spread the load out like that because if you don't, it'll sink into the swamp. I said you couldn't build a launch pad on a swamp, mate. But I built it anyway. It fell into the swamp. So I built a second one. That fell into the swamp. So I built a third one. That burned down, fell over, then fell into the swamp. But the fourth one, lad, that stayed up. One day, son, this will be all yours. Oh, with the curtains. Oh, no, not the curtains. Sorry. Scrape off the paint to remove the paint wearing off over time, causing an unwanted variable. Yeah, probably has something to do with it, Neo. It's pretty crazy, dude. It's pretty crazy that it does it. Oh, that's something else. Yes. So, let's get back to this. We'll do a couple more tests. She's rich. She has huge tracts of land. Father, I just want to sing. Oh, now, you're not breaking into song up in here. So yeah, I'd be curious if the professor knows what's going on there. So 9:45. Okay, that's fine. You ready for the fun part, chat? Because here comes the fun part. Spurberry, please! No, alright, let's do... You like this one, Pecker? This is where the fun begins. Welcome to the goodie room. Oh yeah, playa. Alright, are we ready? I didn't fix the track binding problem, so I'm probably gonna have to do that. It'd probably be a smart thing to do. Alright, set that to SVI. Shut the fuel, make sure. Alright. Pops, so here's what confuses me so far about Starship. Right now, there are just giant steel fuel tanks. How do they intend to put all that stuff in it to make it do the actual lifting of things without making them even bigger than they are now? Or are they just small-scale tests? What do you mean? What do you mean they're just big fuel tanks? It's not just big fuel tanks. Starship has a payload bay section that's like the size of Skylab. Skylab could fit inside of Starship's payload bay. I mean, the thing's gigantic, dude. It's absolutely monstrous. Hang on, I gotta get rid of that. Probably shouldn't have done this way, but that's okay. Yeah, no, dude. Starship's gonna have a payload bay. The SN-20 has a hollow space in the front, dude. They're, like I said, Skylab. So 20 has a sealed payload bay. There's nothing in it. It's just empty space. But see, like, right here, basically from where these tiles are to, like, back here, that's the payload bay. I'm serious. You could fit Skylab inside of it. We did the math once. The only thing that wouldn't fit from Skylab is the Apollo telescope mount. So Skylab is just a little bit too tall. But, like, if you look at Skylab 2 in the Smithsonian Institute, Skylab 2, this one. No, that's the concept. There's the second Skylab module, the backup that they made. It's in the Smithsonian right now. It's a copy of the original space station. So the backup right here, that's the backup space station. You can walk inside of it in the Smithsonian. Do you see that thing? This does not have the Apollo telescope mount on it. It's missing the top part, right? That, right there, that can fit in Starship's payload bay, this thing. That's 6.6 meters wide. Starship is 9 meters wide. So Starship is out here somewhere. Out? Starship's out here somewhere. It's friggin' huge. They just have, SpaceX hasn't developed the payload bay door yet. The whole thing isn't a fuel tank. Yeah, that can fit inside. The telescope mount is in the Udvar-Hazy Center. Going back 5 minutes, I would say that the paint is not an issue with the tolerance, more of the paint getting hot, sticky, and coming off. Willie, it could be that too. Yeah, you're probably right. But, like, Pops, the other thing to understand about Starship is Starship is using 4 mil stainless 304X stainless, or 30X stainless steel. It's SpaceX's own blend of stainless steel. So you got 4 millimeter tank wall. It's like maybe that big. It's like maybe a quarter or a coin thick. It's not very thick. Now that, and it's made out of stainless steel. Now that has drawbacks, and it's a trade-off. It always is. So Starship is made out of stainless steel, right? And you'd think that stainless steel, oh, it's heavier. You don't want to make spaceships out of stainless steel, unless you're using like a balloon tank like Centaur. You don't want to really make them out of stainless steel. That's not really a good thing. You'd want aluminum because it's more lightweight and it's stronger. Well, the thing about aluminum is that, yeah, it's a little lighter than stainless steel. Like, it has less mass, right? Like, a 4 mil tank wall made out of aluminum would be way lighter. But here's the trick. 2 things. Stainless steel gets stronger when it's cold, so when this thing has propellants in it, the thing actually structurally gets a lot stronger. Second thing is, stainless steel, when it gets hot, it expands like any other element, or anything for that matter. Most things, when they heat up, they expand. Gases, liquids, solids, whatever. And they usually phase change eventually, right? Like, the thing about making it out of stainless is that stainless, it's steel at the end of the day. It can take way more temperature. It can take way more heat than aluminum does before it melts, right? Way more. So the fact that you made it out of stainless steel, you made it out of thick stainless steel, means that Starship is a little bit heavier than its aluminum counterpart, right? If there ever was one. But here's the thing. The thermal protection system, because the stainless steel can take more heat, doesn't need to be as big. These tiles are like half the thickness of the tiles that were on the shuttle. That mass offsets between the space shuttle and Starship. Like, if you made a Starship with using materials from the space shuttle, it would end up being heavier. I'm not even kidding. If you use shuttle tiles, like shuttle style tiles with this, and you made Starships out of aluminum, it would end up being way heavier than this. The thermal protection system would outweigh the lightness of the aluminum. That's a problem that they had with the space shuttle. Guys, Starship is the size of the shuttle's external tank. And Elon said in the presentation the other day, it weighs about 120 tons. 120,000 kilos, which is like 250,000 pounds.
give or take. The space shuttle weighs 100 tons without payload, and it's smaller. But that could have been 100 long tons. So if it's 100 long tons, it's like maybe 60, 70, 80 ton, somewhere around there, and it's smaller. Isn't that nuts? It's crazy. How would we protect the crew from the extreme heat? I just told you that a moment ago. I thought the shuttle was like 80 to 100 with payload. Well, Yarg, it's like half the size, but 2/3 the weight. Even if it is 80 tons, dude. It's 2/3 the weight, half the size. See what I'm talking about? At scale, making this out of aluminum wouldn't work. Making it out of it's Sea Dragon, dude. It's just like Sea Dragon. It's the same concept. If you could use, the bigger the vehicle you make, the more mundane material you can use. Because the shuttle is big and it's light. It's supposed to be aluminum. It's an aluminum aircraft frame. It's super lightweight. But all the stuff that you need to add to that aluminum aircraft frame makes up for the fact that you used a lightweight material in the first place. Might as well just use a heavier metal, right? Or a higher mass metal, make it bigger, and use a smaller thermal protection system. There's a point where they cross, where it makes sense just making something out of steel and not making it out of aluminum. Okay, Yarg, another good point would be like, okay, do we build skyscrapers out of aluminum? Hell no. No way. Skyscrapers have been made out of steel. Nobody would even bother trying to make one out of aluminum. That makes no sense. The thing would end up being super heavy because you'd need to add more aluminum to make up for the fact that the aluminum is freaking just, it wouldn't be able to take it. Yeah, okay, the building would be light. Does that matter with buildings? Not really. I wasn't disagreeing with your point. Yeah, no, I know. You made me realize another reason. So, Pops, you're asking like, it's just a big steel fuel tank. Well, yeah, that's the point. It makes it easier. That's what Elon said when he meant delightfully counterintuitive. That's the idea. Yeah, steel is heavier. If you had just like SN5 or let's say if you had SN15 and SN16, right, which are just stainless steel, right, they don't have the thermal protection system on it, and you had an aluminum version of the exact same thing right next to it, the aluminum one would be way lighter, right? It wouldn't be as heavy as the stainless steel one. And even if you put the thermal protection system on the aluminum one, it would probably still be lighter, but it can't make it through re-entry. It wouldn't be able to do it. It would burn up. The stainless steel one wouldn't. That stainless steel is part of Starship's thermal protection system. It works with the TPS, not against it, like the shuttle. It's smart, very smart. Dude, that is genius. It goes exactly with what Robert Truax was saying when he proposed the Sea Dragon design. When he proposed the Sea Dragon design in the 60s. If you've seen For All Mankind, you know what that thing is. It's a rocket that's made out of marine steel. So like the stuff that you'd make like an aircraft carrier out of. It's basically an aircraft carrier-sized rocket. And it would have been reusable. The stage would have come back down and landed. Not because, it has parachutes or it uses supersonic retropropulsion or something. This thing would have straight up just made it through re-entry. There's a point where the steel will just make it through if you make it thick enough. And because you're scaling up and you're just making a big dumb rocket, in Truax's words, the thing will just come right through. It'll make it right through. And, when it hits the water, yeah, all right. We drop ships into the ocean all the time. Every time a ship gets launched, it literally gets dropped into the ocean. Like, you see the ships rolling off the slip and then they fall into the ocean? Same idea. Smart, man. And the environmental impact of a rocket taking off from water? Well, this thing is using hydrolocks, Seg. Pressure-fed hydrolocks. So, the rocket exhaust is just water. Yeah, so I don't think there's much of an EIR. There's much of an environmental impact with water being the emissions from the rocket. Carbon emissions? No carbon emissions from this thing. Exactly, Pigzig, just like the shuttle's SRBs. All you'd need is just a pilot chute. and then maybe a drogue, and then the thing would hit the water, no problem, come right back. You just go fish it out. Smart. That's a really smart idea. Every whale within a 250-mile radius is deaf. Yeah, that probably should be looked into if we ever did something like that. Yeah, that would probably. Yeah, you don't want to mess that up. you don't really want to mess that one up, Admana. Yeah, whales are a critical piece of marine biology that. Yeah, you don't have those. Just like engineering, man. Take away one variable. I mean, biology is just nature's engineering, man. Take away one variable, you're gonna screw up a bunch of other things, right? Am I right or am I right? Catch arms are going up. Oh, you fricker, don't say that right now. I gotta test my catch arms. Alright, let's do this. Let's see if we can lift this thing up. Yeah, that probably should be taken into consideration, you know. Alright. Let's see if we can luft. Come with me if you want to luft. You're literally describing the plot of Star Trek 4. Yeah? Yeah, exactly, Floater. You saw me do it. You're like, no, you're not doing it right. Let me show you how it's done, EJ. I'll be like, okay. I mean, please, by all means, take me to school. Thank you very much. I would love to learn. Yeah, let's do it. There be whales here, Captain. I'm sure someone would find a way to cry about dumping water in the ocean, though. Well, yeah, of course, because the reality situation is changing. Any variable is going to change something. Oh, we don't have the overclock on this. It might not be able to lift it. I'll try. Okay, I need an overclock. Yeah, there you go, soapbox, right? And once again, people like, dude, I like space flight and I like all that stuff just as much as the next person, but the impact of the environment is something that you should not take. You shouldn't take that lightly. You know, it's necessary. It's an evil, but it's a necessary evil. Like in regards to people that will just want to see stuff fly all the time. Like, dude, I want to see stuff fly just as much as the next person, but you got to do this stuff. You got to make sure you do your homework. Can't graduate the class without doing your homework. Which is why I've like been, you know, I don't mind that there's an EIR. That's fine with me. You got to understand. You got to understand what you're changing. You know, smart. It's a smart idea. We should do that. We do that. He said doo-doo. Too bad we can't go back in time and tell our ancestors about the impact on the environment. It took them screwing up for us to figure it out, though, Pops. Like, we can't get to this point without the actions of prior. Like, that's another important thing to understand. You know, people were laissez-faire about pollution for a long time, and then we figured out that it's bad. We wouldn't have figured out if it was. Nobody would have had that hindsight. Or foresight, I should say, not hindsight. Nobody would have had that foresight. That's no way, not a chance. Like we'd like to pretend like that's how it is, but they don't think it'd be like it is, but it do. They had to fail, so we don't. Now we're cognizant of that, and it should be taken into account, just like any other form of engineering. Straight up. That's right, Filler. That needs to go down there. Wait a minute. Why did I add... No, that's not the right thing. Hold on. Hold on, I screwed up. This is a force overclock, not a movement overclock. Force limiter. There we go. Okay, force overclock is in place. Save that like that. That's a good point. Plus, they could never have predicted the explosion of human population that happened too. Yeah, unless somebody can predict war and peace and stuff. I mean, I'm pretty sure a guy wrote a book about that somewhere. But yeah, dude, humans screwing up in the past is why we know what we know. You know, we learn by failure just as much as success. Like, as messed up as that sounds. Have you heard of a game called Deliver Us the Moon? Yep. Yeah, Prey, you're talking about carbon fiber. Something Mike Rowe once said. Yeah, firework. I like Mike a lot, dude. Very, very concise points. I agree with him on a lot of things, you know. Disagree with him on some others, you know. Like, whatever. You're never gonna agree. The only person you're going to 100% agree with is yourself. You know what I mean? Like, think about that, dude. Like, you're never, the only person you're ever going to 100% agree with is you. You're never going to 100% agree with another person. That's not how that works. It's not how that works at all. Do you even 100% agree with yourself? Yeah, a lot of people doubt themselves, so no, you don't even 100% agree with your own self. So what makes you think you're going to 100% agree with somebody else? You know what I mean? Tyler Durden says hi. I am Jax. Complete lack of surprise. Come on, baby. Come on. Bruh. Oh! Oh God. Okay. Hey, you freaking frick. This is fine. Help. Lord, if you listening, help!
Go and throttle up.
It hates it. It hates it so much. Why? Oh my God. Come on, my man. Oh. Wow, we zapped 830 electrical charge real quick, didn't we? Yeah, that we need to fix a couple of things there. Oh my God! They didn't like that. That's a very taut cable you have there. Yes. Sometimes Kerbal doesn't like starting this stuff in the extended position. I'm not 100% sure why it does that, but that means we're going to need to start from up here. And if that's the case, I don't want to shock load this thing, especially when we load into the scene. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a tank, right? And we're going to put that tank down here. Put the tank down there. Leave that tank full of fuel, right? And then empty this one. There. And we'll slowly load this thing up. That'll increase the load dynamically over time, so we don't shock load it. Shock loading is introducing a lot of force very fast. So, a car hitting a brick wall is a lot of compression load being induced on the car very quickly. Doesn't end well, does it? Yeah. Yeah. That doesn't end well. Another instance of shock load. A bullet hitting something. So if you have a tank and you shoot at car, bullet hit car very fast. Compression load. Yeah, car usually does not survive. The technical term is squishification. Good call. You expect free-floating members working in tension? Nice work. Yeah. Okay, so let's do this. Let us vegetable. All right. Oh, yeah. Well, that's nice. Opinion on the Merc. I don't know. Another instance, transmission on floor. Well, the wood was there to break its fall, so... And my foot partially as well. See last. No, I don't care about your Mercedes. I don't care about your life. Shackstar, 69137. Nice, there we go, I'm fulfilled. Right. Nah, banana time, it's just the compression load, or the tension load, trust me. You heard about the bomb that Mario Andretti dropped a few minutes ago. Nope. Do you have something to use this for, and does it rotate like the real one? Well, yeah, I'm going to use it to lift up launch vehicles. No, I built it to see if it could be made. Cheats. Cheats! Is the plan to actually build the arms that could swivel? Yeah, I'm just doing this to see if I can do it, guys. This is just a fun side project. If we do it and we get it to work, I'll put this up on Kerbal X for people that want it. I'm sure somebody could use it somewhere. In real life, Stick's going up again. You're a stick. Got him. No, you? Stop, he's already dead. Okay. Alright. Okay, let's see here. Yeah. Yeah. Andretti Bombshell! Michael Andretti. Michael has applied to the FIA to field a new F1 team in 2024. His entry, Andretti Global, has the resources and checks every box. He is awaiting the FIA's determination. Hell yeah. Hell yeah! So that's, Sebi, that's what you were trying to get my attention with. Alright. That's pretty baller. You can't get hit by that, EJ. It would have flown right past you like Gravs Tarkov shots. Ooh. Wow. Legend. Wait for it. Dairy. Alright, here we go. Without wobbly hydraulics. Not the F1 cars, the F1 rocket. Not the F1 rocket, the F1 cars. Yeah. How unfortunate. Once you get a house, you need a bed camper for tough enough. I have a tonneau cover on it right now, Gone. That thing is super useful. I put stuff. I have a bunch of. I have like all my tools, all the parts for the truck that I'm getting ready to put into it. They're just in the pickup bed. Freaking love pickup trucks, man. They're so goddamn useful. Yeah, Whitney, it works. The bearings are binding a little bit, and it might get stuck here, but yeah. See, it got stuck a little bit. That's a rail problem, not the bearings, to be honest. Because there's gaps in the railings between the SRB segments. See it right there? Yeah, Bandit. Mm-hmm. Oh, I gotta find one first, man. Yeah, it was getting bound up on that, see? Right there. Aw, that sucks, Pops. New SLS picture? Let me see. That's an old picture, dude. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's still an awesome picture, but they still have the dynamic sim, the Orion Mass Simulator up at the top. See it up there? Yeah. But still, though, I mean, Bandit, just Excuse me, these are my research folder. Thingamajigger's research folder. Oh, when is the rollout? Guys, they're... From what I understand, and don't get me wrong, I don't have anybody in the SLS program leaking information to me. Or anything like that. This is just me guessing. Based off of the last press conference that I heard, they're having trouble configuring all the DFI recorders on the vehicle. Basically, they've finished all the steps that you would need to do to get the rocket ready. But Artemis 1 has a lot of extra sensors on it. Look at all this stuff. These are all sensors. Well, maybe not all those, but this is all sensoring equipment. So it's carrying probably like a couple extra 1,000 pounds or like a couple, like 1,000 kilograms at least of extra sensing equipment because they want to get the most data from this launch possible. So there's a bunch of extra steps that probably weren't taken into account. These are a bunch of extra steps. Like, the stack's finished. Like, if this was a regular SLS core, stack would have been done. We would be rolling to the pad right now. But since this is the first time, they want to get all the sensors configured right for the wet dress rehearsal. So that's going to take a moment. That's all. Yeah, the research. It's for research purposes, man. Yeah. Andretti Autosport confirms the report by Mario Andretti that Michael Andretti has filed paperwork to the FIA to field a new F1 team under Andretti Global in 2024. Word. Pretty crazy, right? I mean, Bandit, either way, she's a beast. Yeah, look at, you can barely see the ceiling. It's all the way up there. 150 meters up, guys. 500 feet, baby. The EAB is huge. Everyone should go see this building at some point. It's nuts. So, rollout's going to be a little while, guys. I honestly don't think we'll... And it sucks. It hurts to say. I don't like saying this, but... we're probably not going to see an SLS launch till May. Yeah, they got to do the wet dress rehearsal, and then they have to review the data from the WDR and make sure the data checks out, and that's going to take about a month. So, I mean, barring no, like, catastrophic failure. So, yeah, it kind of sucks. I don't like saying that, but that's just how it be, man. Well then. Hopefully theirs doesn't do that. That would be too bad. Can you explain this to me? On my flight today, I kept looking for all the runway markings and everything you did in cities. They're there, aren't they? Pretty cool, huh? That's why I love the window seat, Hanson. What is this? We should get into space news anyway. Arcaspace posted an image of their eco rocket along with some information about the planned test flight. New schedule for sometime between March and April. I'm honestly not sure what to expect out of the... Huh? Oh. Okay. I'm not sure what this thing is there for, but alright. Cool. Hey, wait a minute. That's my Taurus ring. You copied me, you punks! I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Alright, we'll see what happens. Too complicated for you Americans? Yep. Yeah, it's too complicated. We'll stick to what we do. It's fine. Yeah, well, yep. No, that's just beyond me. I'm just gonna go back to reading about the fully reusable launch vehicle that's caught by a tower when it lands. Yeah, that's too complicated. Yeah, we're just dumb over here, right? Guys, I'm gonna go get another coffee, and then we'll go back to we'll do more space news, okay? Do you even watch Instagram from time to time? I check Insta like once a week, dude. Not if even. Especially, I don't go on Insta, not because like I don't want to. It's just if I go on Insta, there's a lot of bull crap and you have to wade through a lot of bull crap just like Twitter. And my bandwidth for wading through bull crap only so much during the day. I mean, I got to deal with you all day. I'm just kidding, man. Nah, dude, it's just social media, man. My social media game sucks. Not because I want it to, but my social media game sucks because I hate social media. And I know it's ironic coming from a Twitch streamer, but I can't stand it. I really hate it. I really hate it a lot. Everybody takes everything out of context, and it's just like, feeling is mutual. Yep. All right. Yeah, no, I'll have to check it. I'll have to check into my Instagram more, but it's just I don't want to. But Father, I don't want to. I could keep looking at this for hours. Yeah, it's nice. Did you see this? It was on the way to Rhode Island. Ship carrying Porsches, Audis, and Bentleys. Welcome to NBC News. Please support our journalism by allowing ads. No, I will not. No. I don't think I will. To be honest, you trained it to show you that? Let me go on Twitter right now. Did I train it to show me this too? An American woman married a British nobleman says aristocratic life is a different world from Brighton. Who knew living in another country is different? Thank you for the update, Twitter. China shows off its digital currency at the Winter Olympics. I also don't care about that in any way, shape, or form. Let's see. Politics trending. Donetsk. That's the Ukrainian crisis. Oh boy. Yeah, did I train it to do that? Did I train it to tell me that? No. Nope. Nice try. Not how that works. And that's the EJ account, dude. I don't look at any politics on that account. Ever. What you see me do on that account is literally only space stuff. But no. I want English aristocracy. Who knew living in another country is different than the country that you came from? Shocking revelation, I know. Nah, man, it's not just that. Twitter is, especially lately, they've been pushing, oh, you might also like this. No, I don't might also like that because I didn't go and look for it. No, they're just trying to find ways to keep you engaged on the platform. I will not be a part of this charade. When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences? Anyway. Here's some sorry for the rant. I'm sorry. I just really don't like social media. I really don't like it. And you know what? That's probably for me not being the most social person growing up. It's probably some leftover thing from being a loser in high school. Probably it has something to do with that. I don't know what. Here's some space news. I know it's okay. Artemis 1 engine controller resolution closeout tasks continue. Yeah, this was that's from a couple weeks ago, dude. And that article was posted today. Oh, maybe there's some updates to it. I'll check it. You're a communist, then. Swishio, I'll be honest with you. I don't know how you came to that conclusion. But let me tell you, your analysis of the situation is very wrong. But, yeah, that's fine. Nice, Forge. I don't know how the hell you came to that conclusion, even with a kappa, but you'd be very mistaken. How are the arms?